Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Morning.
I'd like to call the Nash County Board of Commissioners meeting for February the 5th to order at this time. It is customary for us as a board to begin our meetings with a prayer by a sitting commissioner and also have a pledge of allegiance to the flag after that. During the prayer, you're welcome to stand and join the commissioners in that prayer. You're welcome to use this time for your own prayer, or you're welcome to use it for a moment of silence, whatever may lead you on your heart this morning. I'll call on Commissioner Dan Cone for that invocation at this time, and then Commissioner Wayne Outlaw for pledge allegiance to the flag. And I would like for us all to remember that February is Black History Month, and we, as the Board of Commissioners, would like for everyone to remember that. I've done a little reading myself over the weekend, learned more about that, and pleased to say our board works together very well. We've got a diverse board and get along very well, and therefore, we would like to study during the month of February and learn as much as we can. Thank you, and I'll call on Dan Combs at this time.
Will you please pray with me? Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this another beautiful day, Lord, that you have given to us. Lord, we just pray that you would forgive us when we fail you, Lord. Forgive us when we take you so much for granted, because everything we have and everything that's around us, Lord, is provided by you. Lord, we just pray that you will be with us now this morning as we conduct the business of Nash County, Lord, that everything we do and say will be for the citizens of Nash County and the betterment of our communities. Lord, we just thank you for all this. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. You want us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioners. We are now on item number 4 on the agenda, which is approval of the minutes. During the month of January, we did have 3 sessions. January 8th was our regular meeting. January the 22nd was our committee report meeting that we have about every second or third month. And then we had a recess meeting on January the 24th. And at this time, I'd call for any additions, any corrections, or a motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
Mr. Chairman, I offer a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, that's all 3 sets?
All 3 sets.
Yes, sir. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw, Commissioner Arrington. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Minutes stand approved. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Next item is public comment, and during public comment, the Board of Commissioners will hear from anyone in the public that is here today that wishes to speak to the board about anything you may have on your mind. There is a sign-up time out front before the meeting starts, and quite a few people have signed up this morning to speak. Looking at the addresses, some of them may be here for a public hearing, and what I would ask you to do, if you're here for an item that's on the agenda, to wait till that item comes up to speak in the public hearing portion of it. But if you're here with something else on your mind that is not covered on the agenda, this is the time to speak. And I'm going to call the names because I really do not know, even though by the addresses, I think some of them may be the public hearing. And then after we go through the names here, if there's someone else here didn't realize they needed to sign up, certainly our board is always eager to hear from our citizens, and we would allow you to, at the end of the list, come up and speak for whatever you may have on your mind. The first name I have is Logan Ricks. Is that person here, and are you speaking about an item on a public hearing or something else?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, sir. If you'll state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Logan Ricks. I reside at the address of 6311 Bones Cutoff Road. Not only am I a Nash County native, but I'm also an ex-Nash County EMS employee. As of 3 weeks ago, I resigned from Nash County EMS and was furthered into a different agency. As you know, 40-plus employees have left in the past 2 to 3 years. You have 25 people per shift and 4 shifts. That would be 100 people, so that would be a 400-plus turnover rate. Johnson County is the highest paid in Nash County, not in North Carolina, sorry. $30.20 an hour. Wilson County is at $23 an hour, plus they pay for experience, as well as insurance after retirement. Franklin County, they pay their employees starting out at around $22 an hour. They pay for experience, as well as insurance after retirement. Edgecombe County pays just under Nash County, but they pay for additional certifications, degrees, and experience. So Commissioners, I have one thing to ask. I know we're in the middle of a budget year, but our EMS is struggling, and that's not fair to the citizens. So whatever we could do to give them something now is the time to do it, even though I know we can't do much for our budget, because they're not going to stay around much longer. They have lost around $300 to $900 every month since the new schedule change, and I was one of those. I lost $600 every month switching from the Kelly schedule to the 2472. And $600 over going on almost now a year, that's something drastic. That's whether I could put food on my table or not. I'm having to work 3 part-time jobs just to make ends meet. And no EMS employee should do that. They should be able to come into work well-rested so they could give Nash County their best. Commissioner Davis, if something were to happen at your house, would you want the best of the best coming to you? If you want the best of the best coming to you, then we need to give the employees the best of the best from y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Logan.
All right, the next person I have on the list is Alan Sanders.
I'll be speaking
In the public hearing?
at the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Then I have a Frank, maybe Leonard.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie Bowman. Thank you. Emily Cooper. Okay, thank you, Ms. Cooper. Keith Dickerson. Public hearing, okay, thank you. Shelley, what's that? Perry, okay. Public hearing, okay, thank you. That's the names I had on the list. Is there anyone here that didn't realize they needed to sign up that wishes to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda at this time? Seeing no one, we will move on then to item number 6, and it is customary for the Board of Commissioners not to address comments during public comment section. We would ask the administrative staff to take notes during that time, and I know the manager was doing that, and she will be back with us, or the administrative staff will be back with us for any action that we need to take. We finished up item number 5, and just before we go to item number 6, I'm going to ask the manager to introduce a new employee that is with us this morning. I think she has a short time she can be here, so please enlighten us with what we have going on this morning. I'm trying to think of the correct word, and I think we'll all be pleased.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to ask Mr. Vega to join me here at the podium. I have the pleasure of announcing that Mr. Vega comes to us to Nash County from Vance County after 5 years as their Department of Social Services Director. Ms. Vega has experience in Wake and Cumberland counties, working her way into the present role she's in today. She has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a master's in counseling, both from the North Carolina Central University. And we are pleased to welcome Mr. Vega to our management team and look forward to our continued improvement and success with our Department of Social Services. Mr. Vega, do you have anything to say?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to say that I'm very honored to have been selected as the next DSS director for Nash County. I'm committed to the protection of adults and children. I look forward to working with the administration and the Nash County DSS team to help build the DSS department and to continue to move things forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And On behalf of the board, I'll just tell you, we are delighted to have you join us. We have had the opportunity to look at your past work history and your resume, and very impressive, and I know you will help Nash County improve itself in social services, and this board will work with you any way we can to make your job easier. It's never an easy job, and we certainly recognize that. But please stay in touch with us through the manager, and we'll do everything we can to help improve the situation in social services and help you put your talents to work here in Nash County. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, Ms. DeVega's first day won't be until next Monday, February the
Next Monday.
12th.
Okay.
So, thank
Well,
you.
we would have called a special meeting if we needed to, but this is great. Thank you. All right, we will move on then to item number 6, and I call on the manager again. It is a resolution supporting the North Carolina Department of Transportation in road safety upgrades in the Taylorwood subdivision in Sharpsburg, North Carolina, and I'll call on the manager this time to make this presentation.
Thank you. For the past 2 years, work has been done to advocate on behalf of the Sharpsburg residents in the Taylor Woods subdivision to improve roads and road safety. We're pleased to announce that with the assistance of House Representative Ken Fontenot, a total of $1,015,000 has been secured to fund the Sharpsburg project WBS 80124. In order for this project to get underway, the Nash County Board of Commissioners needs to submit a resolution to the Department of Transportation expressing your opinion on the work. And I will read the resolution. This is a resolution supporting the North Carolina Department of Transportation and road safety upgrades in the Taylor Woods subdivision in Sharpsburg, North Carolina. Whereas, in accordance with Section 136-11.1, the North Carolina General Statute, Nash County has received a request from the North Carolina Department of Transportation for a written resolution expressing its views on a planned transportation project in excess of $250,000. And whereas the Sharpsburg project, WBS 80124, has received $1,015,000 in contingency funds secured by Representative Ken Fontenot. No, I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing that name.
Fontenot.
Mr. Outlaw?
Mr. Fontenot, thank you, sir. For road safety upgrades and roads in the Taylor Woods subdivision. And whereas numerous roads, including Doe Run Court, School Street, Taylor Woods Circle, Buck Run Court, Wildfire Drive, Country Ridge Drive, and Nancy's Way will be included in the project and benefit from the upgrades. And whereas, after the completion of the project, these roads will be maintained by the Department of Transportation. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nash County Board of Commissioners does hereby support the funding and safety upgrades to be performed by the North Carolina Department of Transportation for the Sharpsburg project, WBS 80124. The Nash County Board of Commissioners also supports the Department of Transportation in the future maintenance of these roads. Adopted this 5th day of February 2024.
You made one small change from what we were reading, is it has been corrected to, or changed to the way you read it?
It will be, yes.
Okay, that's in the second whereas.
Correct.
Okay, I didn't think he wanted to pull that money from his own wallet, so that's a great change.
Exactly. Yes, sir, I did. We wanted to correct that. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the commissioners at this time?
I just would like to state that this is a project that's been being worked on for years. It's a very much needed project. Go over to the area and look at what they've got over there, and I'm very pleased that the funding has been secured, and I thank Representative Fontenot for his support in making that happen. With that said, I make a motion to approve the resolution.
Have a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on the motion? Comments? I'd just like to say very briefly that this to me, I think it's the first time I've seen this done, and I know Commissioner Outlaw worked on it very hard, but it's great that we were able to do this for those citizens. And any of you ever been to the old school that's over there in Sharpsburg and gone down there in that neighborhood, you'll see how badly it is needed. So with that said, no questions. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
ma'am.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman, I'd also like to ask the manager if you would, to send a letter to the residents affected by this to officially notify them of this.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bell?
Oh, I was just going to ask, those streets, that subdivision, is it located in that area where the Sharpsburg Academy used to be?
NEW Academy, yes, sir.
Okay, I just want.
You know, that's been closed well over 20 years, and the streets have deteriorated well over 20 years. But it was an outcome that I don't think Commissioner Outlaw or any of us were expected, but it's a great outcome on helping those citizens over there. All right, well, we'll move forward then to item number 7, which is North Carolina Railroad build-ready sites, and I'll call on Andy Hague at this time to make this presentation, and had a short article in one of the local papers about that this morning, or yesterday maybe, yesterday's paper.
Yeah, you got a peep, early peep.
Got a
at it,
peek,
right?
yeah, we did.
Yeah, this, the items is North Carolina Railroad Build Ready Sites Grant Award presentation. And I'm going to wish to introduce Connor Christensen with the North Carolina Railroad, who will make announcement and presentation regarding a new Site Ready initiative, which helps localities increase the number of rail-served industrial sites. And what's really exciting about this announcement is that it involves the development of a new, and which is our now #1 industrial rail site in the county, so which is the 300-plus acre Ammons industrial site in Middlesex. So I don't want to steal any more of his thunder, so Connor, would you like to come up and give us the good news?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
I have the
So pleased to have you this morning.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm Connor Christensen again. I am Economic Development Program Manager for the North Carolina Railroad Company, and I have the distinct pleasure this morning of awarding Nash County a $500,000 grant for site development work on the Ammons site. This program is a statewide program with significant competition. So your Nash County Economic Development team has spent the last 6 months proving without the shadow of a doubt that Nash County, the Ammons site, is one of 4 that should be awarded in 2024 these funds. This site will be increasing competitivity, and we will be actively marketing this site for rail users going forward, and it will join an elite cohort of sites that have earned these funds to go forward and increase site development, remove barriers to development, and ultimately land an end user on this site that will use rail. That's short and sweet. I know if you have any questions, please feel free.
Any questions at this time? Andy, are we going to introduce, I hope, the other people involved, landowner, are they here this morning?
No, Harry's here to consult.
I think
The consultants,
Hey, I'm Drew Ammons, Ammons Development Group, and pleasure to work on the site. It's been an absolute pleasure with North Carolina Railroad, Mary Lilly, and the Economic Development Department. So we're looking forward to bringing a good crowd to the site. Got a lot of work to do, but this is a good start. Really good start.
we sure thank you for being here, and thank you for putting this piece of property up. I know we began this many months ago, and it has turned out like we hoped it would, which doesn't happen often. So everybody on your team and our county economic development team, I'm sure, did a great job in doing this. And it is a great site. It's Dan, just as far in your district as it can get, right on the line. But I know you're pleased to see it been selected for this grant. I saw this morning in the paper, it was us and 3 other counties in North Carolina.
That's right.
And I've got those on a piece of paper somewhere, but it doesn't really matter. Nash is on the list, so we want to thank you. And I've learned a lot about North Carolina Railroad during this process. I will have to say I didn't know much when we began working on this, but if you will let all your people know how much Nash County Board of Commissioners appreciates it, and certainly the landowner and the consultants. Would you like to introduce the consultants that you had? You had some very eager consultants during our meeting, so I'd like you to introduce them.
Yeah, that's Mary Lily, Greenville.
There she is.
She's the expert, for sure. And then Mayor Lewis as well. And absolutely a pleasure to work with him.
I know they brought quite a bit of energy to the table, and is that Lou Harvey back there? Lou Harvey?
Yes, Mayor. Yes, sir.
Okay, I can't quite see. Lou Harvey, if you'll stand up, it is in his area, and they will be helping us provide utilities to the site, and appreciate your involvement in it as well, Mayor Harvey, and it was just a great team effort, and one that turned out great, so I appreciate that. Andy, how are we gonna do this? I see a big check there. You guide us in how this is gonna work.
I don't know if this will go in the ATM machine, but.
Well, if we find one big enough, it will.
Yeah, we know, you guys want to come down for?
I'm gonna do what you tell me to do. I'd like for myself and Mr. Combs to come as well, if he would, since it's in his district. Is that okay? I said that all right?
Don't be shy.
Shy.
Thank you.
I'd like to say we're just proud y'all chose Nash County off that list, so we're glad to have you and appreciate your presentation, appreciate the efforts of everybody who worked on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. Okay, that was item number, says no action needed, so item number 8 is Nash County Economic Development Strategy Workforce Development Action Plan. And again, I'll call on Mr. Hagee. Good morning again, sir.
Good morning. No check, but some good information that we're going to be sharing with you. As you mentioned, it's a presentation by the Economic Development Strategic Workforce Development Action Plan. The presentation is going to be by Ted Abernathy and Greg Payne. I'm going to share just a few comments. As with Nash County, it's not uncommon for a lot of all local governments to focus on economic development. Attracting new and growing existing businesses can provide the county with jobs, capital investment, tax revenue, infrastructure, housing, schools, and more. But one of the most important approaches to economic development is connecting people, talent, and education to help grow and develop a highly skilled workforce. The emphasis on education, training, and skills development, which is consistent with the importance of a workforce as a key driver of productivity, and economic growth in Nash County. So to address the county's current and future workforce, Nash County engaged Ted Abernathy and Greg Payne with Economic Leadership LLC to conduct a workforce evaluation and strategic action agenda and plan for Nash County. Economic Leadership is an economic development and strategic planning consultant firm with over 10 years of experience in 21 states. Ted is well known in North Carolina, and he has worked actually with Nash County in 2020 to develop the county's first economic development strategic plan. Ted and Greg has built off the goals that were developed in the 2020 plan and created a specific county-wide workforce action agenda. Ted and Greg will present the results of the study and further discuss the challenges that our employers are facing with hiring and developing a skilled workforce. The study will provide a valuable insight into our current labor market and an action item for improving and expanding the county's workforce for the next 5 years. So Ted and Greg, I think you're going to introduce Greg. Welcome back to Nash County.
Thanks. Nice to be back. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to be back with you. Let's see.
Good morning, sir.
So we do work all over the country. I've been in 9 states in the last 3 weeks, and everywhere we go, people talk about workforce. It's for years, economic developers spent all of their life on prospects and land and all of that. And I've been doing this for over 40 years. And in the last decade, workforce has become the issue. Part of that is because we have fewer children today, we have low unemployment, we have high participation rate. So today, it's how do you get more people into the workforce and how do you match them with the jobs? And so never have I seen workforce development, economic development, and now community development so intertwined. People talk about housing, they talk about childcare. In the last year, we've done state strategies for places as diverse as Hawaii, Colorado, New Hampshire, Louisiana. The issues are the same. They're the same as they are here in Nash County. And so when we look at this, we're trying to look at it from both sides. How do we make sure that citizens of the county get the best jobs possible? They have enough skills to be prepared for those jobs, and how do we fulfill the needs of business so they can continue to grow? We are a little bit of everywhere, and nowhere is there not a workforce issue. And so when we work on it, we work on it from both sides. How do we make sure that there's enough educational attainment? How do we make sure the skills are being delivered? But also, how do we work with businesses to understand what they need to make all of this happen? So we're pleased to have been back here over the last year. It was an amazing year in 2023. I think 3/4 of economists thought last year was going to be a big recession year, and it turned out to be a year with lots of hiring. And it turned out to be a year where businesses struggled to find the people they needed. So what we're trying to do is lay the groundwork so that you can be more successful here in the county. Greg Payne, who's vice president of our company, led this effort, and he's going to give you the results. Then I'll come up at the end and talk a little bit about 2024.
Thank you, Ted. Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Good morning. Yeah, if I can get that off here. All right. There we go. So to kick off our summary of the workforce plan that we did, first looking at a couple of the big economic trends that are influencing the Nash County economy and the workforce here. Long-term, the GDP of the county, which is the value of all the goods and services produced in Nash County, is on the uptrend long-term, and not just on the uptrend, but higher than the rate of inflation. But it has dipped below the rate of inflation since 2015, so a little bit of an economic slowdown there. The total numbers of the people in the labor force here and number of employed workers recovered very strong after, of course, dropping tremendously all across the country during the COVID shutdowns. But those numbers are slightly below the pre-COVID levels here, so they still have a little bit more to recover. The job change during that COVID era, 2019 to 2022, here was pretty significant job losses in some of the key industry sectors here. That includes heavy machinery, biopharma, tobacco, chemicals, and business services. All had some net loss of jobs. So definitely COVID had a very significant impact here during the last 3 years. But despite that, Nash County companies still are trying very, very hard to fill open positions, as the next slide shows. This is the number of monthly postings online for jobs, and over the last 4 years, those numbers have nearly doubled. So they continue to be working very hard to fill open positions here. When you look at the assets that the area has for workforce, certainly one of the biggest ones is the labor shed analysis that we did that shows that there's a labor force of over 1.1 million adults within a 45-minute drive of the center of Nash County, as shown by this graphic here. And considering this is not that big a county, the labor force, adult labor force here is about 42,000. That's a great asset to advertise for employers that might be coming here or expanding here. A labor shed of over 1.1 million adults. In addition, of course, the location near the Research Triangle region, usually ranked in the top 10 these days in job growth and population growth and real estate health of the market. So something that people know about, not just nationally, but internationally as well. Also, Nash Community College certainly has a very good reputation particularly for workforce-related education and training. The school system has a well-developed career and technical education curriculum, and we think that the new career development plans that every kid is going to have starting in 7th grade is going to make a difference, and I would certainly think that's going to increase the thinking of not just students but their parents about career options and what their plans should be in this area and what are the options, locally to remain and work here. And housing, though the prices are going up for sure, as they are everywhere around here, is still relatively affordable in Nash County, as shown here. The numbers here, the higher the number, it means it's more affordable. It's a ratio of the median income to the median home price. And you can see that Nash County is still much more affordable than, say, the Raleigh-Cary metro area. So what are some of the key challenges? And these challenges are definitely not unique just in Nash County. You might find them to be similar in adjacent counties like Edgecombe and Wilson, etc. Hasn't been significant population growth here since 2010. And the next few years are projected to be about flat as well. Of course, projections are what they are. They're not always right, but that is the projection. There's a higher median age here than, say, the national average and the metro average in the Research Triangle, as shown by this chart here. And that's just a greater threat, of course, of retirements of experienced workers. We're seeing that all over the country, the issue of very experienced workers retiring, and are there enough people coming behind them in the labor force? Labor force participation is a bit lower here and adjacent counties than the state average, the national average, or the Raleigh-Cary metro area. Now, what they call prime working age people, 25 to 54 years old, participation is actually very high here, as it is across most of the country. We're near actually an all-time high in that prime age participation, but the issues are at the upper end and the lower end. So workers 55 and over is lower, and there's more of a gap here, and the youngest workers, 16 to 24, there's more of a gap here as well. There's also lower education attainment, as shown here in terms of percentage of adults with a college degree. With a somewhat older population, that's fairly common to see. So what are some of the highlights when you look at occupations currently in the county? Probably nobody's surprised to see that the jobs that are most frequently advertised here include things like nurses, commercial drivers, and teachers. Some of the in-demand jobs in Nash County that don't require a 4-year college degree and pay a good wage, which I believe is over $45,000 a year. There's a lot of hands-on manufacturing and production and maintenance-related jobs. Again, they're good-paying jobs, don't require a college degree. The people in them tend to be older, and employers would love to have more of a pipeline of younger workers who can come in and step in and take those jobs. So some of those jobs at the highest average age here in the county, and that's, again, it's a threat of retirement sooner rather than later, do include some of those production, manufacturing, and maintenance and repair jobs that are very important. And employers are definitely willing to pay well to fill those positions. Sorry. Here we go. Okay, let's try that then. No. Going backwards, let's see. Here we go. Do that, yep. Okay, so wage trends, like almost everywhere else in the state, in the region, and nation, wages are on a significant uptrend and even at a higher rate than would have been expected pre-COVID. So the COVID shortages of workers and the changes in the workforce then caused wages to go up even higher. The median hourly wage, which will be lower than the average wage, is about $18.20 per hour in the last annual numbers. When you adjust that for the cost of living, it's about $19.50 per hour, and that is the 30th highest among 100 counties in North Carolina. We asked local stakeholders here, business people, educators, other interested parties for their input 3 ways: in one-on-one interviews, in focus groups, and on an online business survey. And here's some of the highlights of what they said. As we hear almost everywhere, they give mixed grades to the workforce quality and quantity. Older workers they see as particularly reliable and have great hands-on manufacturing know-how, but they struggle with computer skills and adapting to new technology sometimes, while younger workers have great technology and digital skills, but too often lack initiative, commitment, and particularly communication skills. Again, something we hear all the time. Nash Community College is definitely seen as a valuable resource. There's some consideration that it could benefit from increased capacity, like more teachers and more classes held in some in-demand fields like healthcare and manufacturing. Businesses currently are less likely to have relationships with the public schools, but they're definitely interested in seeing what they can do to help boost career interest from young people here, their parents, and their teachers. Also, we heard that the nonprofit STEP, that's the Strategic Twin County Education Partnership, I hope I got that right, is a definitely helpful intermediary between companies and schools here, and perhaps they can have a bigger role in the future here too. Quality of life, increasingly a critical factor to try to keep talent here and bring talent in to fill jobs. Certainly factors here like affordability, lower traffic, that calmer quality of life are big pluses, and a lot of employers told us that once they got employees to move to Nash County, including young doctor couples, for example, a doctor and their spouse, they're happy they came here. But when they're hiring, they do face that challenge. When people look up things online sometimes, rankings about public school quality or crime, those are probably the 2 big issues that came up as hurdles they've got to overcome. And again, quality of life, Ted mentioned housing, child care too. It's more and more important in that race for talent for employers to try to attract and keep good people. Anything like entertainment, recreation, outdoor activities is very important, and Rocky Mount Mills was noted multiple times as a great asset to have now. We asked folks online in the business survey, what are your biggest staffing challenges? What type of challenges? No surprise, the top 3. Soft skills, particularly communication, and very close to that, technical skills and the overall work ethic. We see this all over the country. What are the public policy initiatives that they would support the most that would impact the workforce pipeline down the line? Interesting, they're really all related to students. It's student and their parent awareness of local careers here, student work experience, hands-on experience, and investing in general in K-12 education. And lastly, what are the quality of life investments they would prioritize to make it more attractive to bring talented people here to live and work here? And it was the 3 big items came up: housing, public school quality, crime, those 3. So with that, there are 4 areas that we suggest focusing on for the next 3 to 5 years. And these are not list of things that the county should do or county government should do. It really, to be successful, needs to be a partnership between the business community, the schools, community college, nonprofits like STEP, and the county, depending on the specific recommendation here. The first one, and there's multiple ways to do it, is to improve the engagement and attachment of young people, students, with career awareness, career opportunities here, and work experience in Nash County before they graduate from high school. The second is really a state-level issue, but it's so important, it would be very beneficial if Nash County's legislative delegation was able to lead this effort. What we hear time and time again here in Nash County is that there are employer liability concerns with bringing any kid in under the age of 18 into a work environment, particularly, of course, a manufacturing environment, because of that liability insurance concern. And a number of states, including several states near here, have made steps in the last couple of years to ease that employer liability issue and make it easier to bring young people in for work experiences. So that would be a great goal to spearhead from here. Third, support for Nash Community College. Make sure they have the resources and the teachers they need to have enough classes in in-demand job areas like healthcare, particularly in manufacturing. And lastly, that focus on quality of life, making this a great place to live, work, and raise a family. And we suggest 3 different sub-areas there: housing, by looking at zoning in particular, crime, and a social media campaign to tout the quality of life and affordability here, not aimed at the whole world and the whole nation, but just aimed at those in the labor shed in this region, the 1.1 million adults in the labor force. So those are our 4 areas of focus, and Ted might want to have a couple comments to wrap this up, how this fits in with the national picture these days.
So when you think about where we're trying to get to, you're trying to raise awareness of kids of the types of jobs that are available, but you're also trying to raise awareness of parents. We get asked all the time by parents, well, what should I push my kid into? What should I tell them they ought to be doing? And nobody knows what the jobs are going to be in 10 years, but we know they're going to be more math-focused, they're going to be more technology-focused, and they're going to be more human interaction, communication-focused. The more we can let parents and kids know that, the better off we are. The second is the best way to learn to work is to work. So internships, apprenticeships, we tell every parent we run across, get your kid a job. Find them something to do, let them learn work skills along the way. And then the third piece is, how do you keep them here? How do you root them in your community, or how do you attract them to your community? They've got to want to live here. Safety, affordability, opportunity, family tend to be the ways to do that. These are not magic pixie dust you spread across. They're hard work. They take work by all the groups inside your community. We are not going to come to a point in the next decade or 2 where we have excess workers in America. This is going to be tight labor markets for as long as we're around, all of us. And so there will be opportunity. The question is, can you create opportunity here, and can you match that going forward? So on behalf of both Greg and I, thanks for letting us come and be part of working with Andy and his team. They're great to work with. We missed them the last couple of years not working with them. So we didn't bring a check today, but I hope you enjoyed the report and it's useful for you. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any commissioners have any comments or any questions, Mr. Belfield?
I noticed here, I was reading there that it said Nash County population increase projection is 1/10 of 1%. That's almost 0.
Yes, sir.
We talk about our workforce from time to time, but one thing I've noticed here since I've been a commissioner, that the top management moved close to Raleigh. And I looked at why that's happening. We got to do more than just attract and develop industry to come here. We got to improve the arts, golf courses. They like to play golf, and other sports. they want their children resources where their children can develop the way they want them to develop. So we got to put all that industrial development, economic development in, including the arts. And I'd like to hear your comments on that.
Sure. So you're absolutely correct. So as Greg said, projections are just what they are. Projections are based on past experience. You've been growing slow, so you get projections that you will continue to grow slow. A decade ago, Lee County had not been growing. They spent a lot of time focused on Sanford and improving the opportunities there, and they were projected not to grow 10 years ago, and now they're growing faster, I think, than they thought anybody ever thought they would grow. 20 years ago, that was true in Chatham County. 30 years ago, it's true in Alamance County. So people change by making investments in their community over time. When you look at what drives decision-making, opportunity is part of it. Can I get a job? Can my spouse or partner get a job? Safety is a high on the list. Affordability, can I own a house? Can I rent a house with the job that I have there? And then other things come into play, like outdoor recreation, quality of other things, downtown ability. So some people don't like downtowns. They like, nice suburban areas with golf courses you mentioned, or playgrounds or whatever. But it is, you do have to both attract, but also keep, because you're correct that markets tend to be regional in labor shed, and they tend to be regional in quality of life. Mm-hmm. And you have to be a place that more people would want to come in order to have more people stay here or move here. So you're absolutely correct.
Other comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make some observations. I believe we have our work cut out for us as commissioners, particularly insofar as affordable housing. $300 and $400 homes here is good for the tax base, but that's not affordable to me. A $1,200 one-bedroom or two-bedroom apartment is not affordable. And when you look at the income for childcare of a single parent, to take 40% of his or her income for child care, $11,833 for infant cost a year, and do the math, $986 monthly, $246 a week. That's just outrageous. People cannot afford that and can't afford to live here. And you can say go to college, get a college education, but in the meantime, they need money. And I think that's why a lot are turning away from four-year colleges, maybe going to two-year, or trying to do vocational stuff in high school. And so I think we need to pay attention to affordable housing, child care, and not only that, entertainment to keep our young people here. A lot of young people fly off to Raleigh or Charlotte or one of the larger cities when they want to see a show or do something. We need more entertainment here in Nash County.
We definitely hear this all the time, quality of life, quality of life, quality of life. And just on the housing issue, the variety of housing can be provided is really important too, because not all young people want a large house on a large lot. They need to look for things like townhomes and condominiums and apartments as well. And that's why we see more and more states and cities trying to make their zoning a better variety that's allowed by right, to increase the variety and supply of new housing.
Just on the housing cost, nationally, housing from 2019 to last year jumped 45%. In collar counties outside the major cores, it grew more. And so that's a problem everywhere. We're about 3.5 million houses nationally underserved. It's been hard to build houses, hard to borrow money, the interest rates are high. So housing is an issue, and it's one that is pretty localized in how you deal with it. It doesn't do you a lot of good for Davidson County to build more houses. The child care one's harder. I would encourage all of you to spend some time with your child care providers and try to do the math. It is really hard to provide child care in a group setting and make the math work. So
Yeah, and I was just going to say, not only that, you know, I know people in my district and throughout Rocky Mount and Nash County were paying $580 a month rent, and then all of a sudden it jumps up to $1,000. North Carolina, I'm sorry, I may step on toes, but North Carolina needs rent control. The legislature needs to fix it. Thank you.
Other commissioners with comments or observations? Mr. Aaron? Commissioner Anderson, excuse me.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks, gentlemen, for this study. And, you know, it brings before us some interesting data. And I really think that this study should be shared with all of our towns and cities, our departments, so that we can come together and try to attack with our community college and our school system. A lot of times, they really don't know what they're chasing. And this study kind of gives us an idea of what we're all chasing. And it will take a collaborative effort with all of us trying to tackle the issues that we can solve. And, Mr. Chairman, I think it's upon us to how we will share this data and how we will move forward as far as trying to solve the problem. We won't solve them today at this meeting, but this is a good start as far as trying to make everyone aware of where we are and where we need to go, and especially with our educational system. They are really the key to, I think, to pushing our workforce to the level that business and, yes, like we said, crime and those type things, controlling our environment so that everyone want to come here and take a part in making Nash County better.
Thank you, Commissioner Iverson. Other comments? Ted, could you pull back up the map of the county surrounding,
I think it's probably the fourth or fifth slide.
it's about,
Okay. Behind the curtain.
Pretty far back.
he's working on it, I think.
Sorry for the coughing. This is what happens when you fly all the time to your sinuses.
Ted, you want this box right here may help you some?
Yeah, I have
Okay, all right.
now, so I'll try to get to them in a second. Let's see.
Back before, yeah, pretty early. Just before this, a little before this.
I think it's page 31. Oh, well, you just went by it.
It hadn't helped.
Here we go, that's it.
There we go.
That's it.
Could you talk about those numbers inside of each county just a moment? They're a little bit surprising to me, and what that number actually is. Nash 42,000 number, whereas Edgecomb's 20, Franklin's 35, Wilson's 33. Tell us exactly what those numbers mean, either Greg or Ted, either one.
Those are the number of folks active in the labor force currently.
Okay.
So, of course, it doesn't include kids, young kids. It doesn't include people retired who may not be active in the labor force at all, but that's the labor force, the current labor force numbers. And, yeah.
When you look at, if an employer's looking at your labor force, they're looking at a drive time or a mileage. They're not really looking at county lines.
Yep.
So you actually have a huge advantage of a big labor force if you're trying to do economic development. And when Andy and them are presenting to a client, you know, local's great and people want to see how close people are, but they also want to know how far they'll drive. The higher the wages, the bigger the circle. So we do work for Toyota in Kentucky. It's the largest plant in the world. They actually have 78 counties that drive in every day to their plant. So it depends on that drive time. So that's why we like labor sheds to look at.
In addition, our labor shed analysis shows the number of annual graduates from programs in each of those counties as well, from high school and colleges, community college programs and college programs. That's included as a separate number in the report.
My surprise is just the large number in Nash and what it is in some of the surrounding counties around us. It's just more than what I thought it would be.
That's great said. A lot of people work here. Your participation rate in the labor force is high. And once you get above 24, you've got a lot of room to improve for the 16 to 24 range.
Does that number 42 include people that come from another area in here to work, or just?
No, that's the current resident labor force here, the current resident labor force.
Makes it even more surprising then, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Any other thoughts? Gentlemen, we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
Shows we got a lot of work to do. We got people in the room that's going, from the community college, going to help us do this work. See Wendy in the back there, and she's always energetic to do her part. But I appreciate y'all being here, and thank you for enlightening the board and giving us a goal to work to. All right, we're now on the part of the agenda, item number 9, where we're going to start a rather lengthy series of public hearings. And we'll be on this quite a while. I think that's why quite a few people are here. It is great that we have people interested in what's going on in Nash County and these rezoning items. But at this time, I will call on Adam Tyson to come forward and go over item number 9, which is a public hearing on conditional rezoning request CZ 240101, trailer sales and service. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I hope you brought you a bottle of water. You're going to be talking a while.
Yeah. As the chairman mentioned, this is the first of 4 planning items on the agenda this morning. We're going to begin with a conditional commercial rezoning request. The subject property is outlined in red on the screen here. It consists of 2 adjacent properties. You can see the yellow dividing line between the 2 properties. You have a larger one to the north, a smaller one to the south, that total up to approximately 7 acres. It's currently owned by Cornerstone Community Church of Rocky Mount. It's located at 9149 East NC Highway 97, and is currently zoned R30 single and 2-family residential. This site is located just north of the Rocky Mount Wilson Regional Airport. What you can see on the site here is the existing building that was constructed, I believe, around 2011 for the Cornerstone Community Church of Rocky Mount, and then there's a parking lot in front of it. This site is no longer used by the Cornerstone Community Church and is currently on the market for a different user. Property is northwest of and immediately adjacent to the Williams Farm Phase 3 subdivision. That would be located behind the property here. And that subdivision was developed in 1999. Also, there is an approved but as yet unconstructed subdivision to the east on this property here, known as the Country View subdivision. Properties in the Tar-Pamlico River Basin, the WS4CA Watershed Protection Overlay District. And what that means is if a future owner wants to add more built-upon or impervious area, that would be subject to stormwater requirements. The rezoning request before the board this morning has been submitted by the property owner. It is to rezone the subject property to GCCZ, General Commercial Conditional Zone, specifically for trailer sales and service with outdoor storage and display. The prospective purchasers of the property are here with us this morning, Deanne Seymour and Barry Mitchell. They are proposing to relocate their existing business, the trailer shop, to this site from its current location on North Church Street inside the city of Rocky Mount. The business specializes in the retail sales and light repair of various types of vehicle trailers, including cargo trailers, concessions trailers, equipment trailers, and utility trailers. The business would utilize the existing building on the property as an office and shop, and the accompanying site plan, which you have on the screen, depicts the area proposed for the outdoor display and storage of the trailers in orange. And so this includes the existing parking lot in the front of the property, as well as property around the side and the rear of the current building. I would note that the display area is located a minimum of 100 feet off of the rear property line that is shared with the adjacent residential subdivision. The site plan also depicts 25-foot wide screening buffers along the adjacent residentially used properties. these screening buffers along the back property line already include existing vegetation that the church installed in this area as a hedgerow between the church property and the backyards of these residential properties. So the business would be maintaining those. They would also be required to install some vegetation screening along the northern property line here, at least where there is not sufficient vegetation on the adjacent property already to block the view of the commercial activity. This is a conditional rezoning request, so it allows for the attachment of reasonable site-specific development conditions with the consent of the applicant. We always consult our comprehensive land use plan when it comes to rezoning requests. On the screen is an excerpt from our future land use map, which establishes the subject property here in the green color as a designated residential agricultural area. The request is consistent with some of the plan's recommendations for establishing non-residential uses within this residential agricultural area and inconsistent with others. First, it is partially consistent with the plan's recommendations because the subject property does have frontage along and direct access to East NC Highway 97, a major state highway, and it is also located in relatively close proximity to a very similar already existing land use. Up to the north in this vicinity is the existing business Dynamic Golf Carts at 9540 East NC 97. That's approximately 2,000 feet to the northeast. That has a very similar business model. That business specializes in the sales and service of golf carts and also includes significant outdoor storage and display of those items. The request is also partially inconsistent with the plan's recommendation because the subject property is not located within a quarter mile of a major intersection, which would be ideal for compliance with the plan. And it is located immediately adjacent to those rear lot lines of those existing dwellings that I mentioned along Lee Road to the southeast. And so that screening would be vital to ensuring that this would be compatible with that adjacent residential neighborhood. If we can refer to the zoning map that's on the screen here, this request may be considered reasonable and not necessarily spot zoning because, number one, the subject property already has a history of non-residential use since the church was constructed back in 2011. Number two, the subject property already includes an existing non-residential structure with a related parking lot. And really, for it to be used for anything other than a church, which is permitted in a residential district, it would require some form of commercial rezoning. Number three, as I already mentioned, the property is located between the commercially zoned golf cart sales. That's this pink rural commercial zone, Dynamic Golf Carts up here to the north, about 2,000 feet away. It is also northeast of the more intensively used industrially zoned Rocky Mount Wilson Airport, and that is down here in the purple color. So it's between those two significant non-residential uses along Highway 97. And finally, the submitted site plan does propose the use of that vegetative screening to mitigate the impact of the commercial operation on the adjacent properties. The Technical Review Committee considered this request back on January 4th and recommended conditional approval. The Planning Board considered this request on January 16th. Mr. Barry Mitchell, the prospective purchaser, addressed the board on behalf of the applicant in support of the request at that meeting, and there were no members of the public who addressed the board with regard to the request at that meeting. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval, subject to the suggested development conditions. Included in your agenda report is a suggested motion for approval of the zoning map amendment and a suggested motion for denial of the zoning map amendment. If I can call your attention to the development conditions, which begin at the bottom of page 87 of your agenda packet, particularly condition number 3, which is at the top of page 87. That is a condition that was added as a result of the planning board meeting. The planning board felt that a limit to the hours of operation of the business would be necessary. The limit cited in condition number 3 is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Monday through Saturday and closed on Sunday. The applicant was present at the meeting and consented to that condition, stating that that is compatible with their current business hours of operation. As I mentioned, the prospective purchasers are here with us this morning to answer any questions that the board has during the public hearing. And before we move on to the public hearing, I'll be glad to pause and answer any questions the board has on the staff report.
Any questions of board members of Mr. Tyson at this time? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this matter.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing to hear from anyone in the public that wishes to speak for or against this item of conditional use rezoning. So if you will come forward at this time, state your name and address for the record. The board would be pleased to hear from you. Anyone wish to speak for or against it at this time? Does the petitioner wish to say anything at this time?
Thank you for the consideration.
Barry, come up and state your name and address for the record, because we're going to need to get you on record. I'm not saying you got to speak, I'm just giving you every opportunity to speak. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
And your name and address.
Barry Mitchell, 3201 West Hampton Drive.
Okay. Go ahead with anything you'd like to say. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
I'm not good. Thank you for considering this. We look forward to moving.
Okay. I know you have looked at numerous areas around the county, and now look at this particular one. So if you'll just, anything else you want to say?
No, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions of the petitioner at this time?
Yeah.
Mr. Belfield?
Will there be any mechanical working there?
Very, very little. The most
It's
would be
just sales, right?
99%, yes, sir. Occasional tire change or a light bulb change. Very, very light repair.
Other questions, comments? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Not entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Public hearing is now closed. Pleasure of the board on this item, or any other questions of staff?
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the conditional rezoning request, subject to development conditions listed in the agenda.
All right, we have a motion to approve, subject to the development conditions.
And also the statement of consistency and reasonableness.
That's what I was looking for, okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of this motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Motion carries and conditional use stands approved. Thank you, petitioner, for investing in Nash County. All right, Mr. Tyson, if you want to move on to the next item, item number 10, which is a public hearing on conditional use rezoning request, CZ-240102, Old Smithfield Road. And I will say, I think we have some people here that do wish to speak on this one, so make your presentation, we'll ask questions, and then go into public hearing.
Thank you. This is a residential conditional rezoning request for a new subdivision development on Old Smithfield Road. The subject property is approximately 46 acres. It's outlined in red on both the aerial photograph on the left side of the screen and the zoning map on the right side of the screen. Property is currently owned by Barnes Land Corporation. As I mentioned, it's on the north side of Old Smithfield Road, and this green color indicates that it is currently zoned R40, which is a single-family residential zoning district. The property is also northeast of the town of Bailey. The property is located between the 36-lot existing Taylor's Crossing subdivision, and those are the lots on the right-hand side of the map here, shown in white. That was developed in 1998. And to the west is a 36-acre tract here, shown in yellow. That tract was rezoned back in 2021 to RA20CZ for the development of the 42-lot Schaefer subdivision, and that has been approved for construction in December 2023 and should be under construction now. Also, the kind of wavy line at the top of the property, that means that the boundary there is defined by the Beaver Dam Creek. And so the property line follows the creek line there. This rezoning request is submitted by Gray Hill Development LLC, the prospective purchaser and developer of the property. The request is to rezone the property from the current R40 zoning district to an RA30CZ conditional zoning district, specifically to allow the development of a 47-lot residential subdivision. There would be a new road, new cul-de-sac road that enters off of Old Smithfield Road extending to the back of the property. There would be connections to the west and to the east. Approval of the rezoning request would have 3 substantial impacts on the subject property. First, the minimum lot area that's required would be reduced from the current 40,000 square feet slightly down to 30,000 square feet, which would increase the potential residential density of that development. Number 2, double-wide manufactured homes are currently permitted in the current R40 zoning district, and they would no longer be permitted for development under the proposed RA30CZ zoning district. Only single-family stick-built dwellings and modular homes would be permitted, and of course, I believe the developer is planning on stick-built homes. And number 3, the subject property, if this rezoning were approved, would only be developed in accordance with the proposed subdivision sketch plan that you have on the screen. This is, again, a conditional subdivision, so it allows for the attachment of conditions with the consent of the applicant. The 47 new lots are shown on the layout on the screen before you. All of these lots would be accessed from the proposed new interior public road. And so none of these lots would have driveways directly along Old Smithfield Road. The sketch plan also proposes road connections to the Schaefer subdivision, which I mentioned is under construction to the west. And I believe that is right there. That map is very small from my perspective. And also a proposed road connection between the new subdivision and the existing Taylor's Crossing subdivision to the east for interconnectivity up here at Dalton Road, the existing Dalton Road. The TRC had discussed the potential for connection of both Dalton and Lorianne on that side of the subdivision, but the planning board found that the Dalton connection would be would suffice, and the other way would have too many intersections within a short span of road. So there is no connection proposed at Lorianne and one road connection at Dalton. All of these lots have to meet or exceed the 30,000 square foot minimum lot area and 100-foot minimum width that is required by the proposed RA30CZ zoning district. And of course, the developer would be required to construct a new water line that would connect to the existing water line along Old Smithfield Road to serve all of the new interior lots. There is no sewer available, so each of these lots would utilize a private on-site septic system. This is the excerpt from the future land use map found in our current comprehensive land use plan. As you can see, the plan designates the majority of the property in that green color as a residential agricultural area. The plan recommends a minimum allowable residential lot size of 30,000 square feet for this area, which is consistent with the 30,000 square foot minimum lot requirement of the zone being requested by the applicant. The plan also recommends that rezonings that allow for greater residential density in this area should be limited to RA districts only, which means they should prohibit the development of manufactured homes. And of course, as I mentioned, this proposed RA 30 zoning district would prohibit single-wide and double-wide manufactured homes. And finally, the plan recommends that we extend and utilize the public water service wherever it is available. And of course, as I've mentioned, the public water service is available along Old Smithfield Road. The request may be considered reasonable and in the public interest because, number one, the request is not unreasonable spot zoning because the subject property already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use, similar to the adjacent and surrounding properties. Number two, approving the request, as I mentioned, would permit slightly smaller lot areas and slightly increased residential density, but as a trade-off, the new zoning district is more restrictive in terms of land uses and prohibits manufactured homes. And finally, the proposed 30,000 square foot lot size for this subject property here would provide a gradual transition. You have 40,000 square foot minimum lot sizes established in the existing Taylor's Crossing subdivision to the east. This would allow a step down from the 40,000 square foot lots to the 30,000, and then the 20,000, the higher density allowed on the other side of the subject property. So there would be a gradient here where you would step down from 40 to 30 to 20,000 square foot lots for a more gradual transition. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on January 4th and recommended conditional approval. The Planning Board met and considered this request on January 16th. Mr. Fletcher Beasley addressed the board on behalf of the applicant, Gray Hill Development, in support of the request. There were 6 members of the public who addressed the board at that time in opposition to the request. They cited concerns related primarily to the proposed road interconnection to the adjacent subdivision at Dalton Road, and those concerns are related to increased traffic, wear, and pedestrian safety on those already existing subdivision roads. Concerns were also raised regarding the potential effect of the additional residential population on local utility infrastructure and an increased burden on services such as public education and emergency responders. The Planning Board voted at that time unanimously to recommend approval of the request, subject to the recommended sketch plan revisions and development conditions that are listed below. That brings us to the 2 motions that are included in your agenda packet, a motion for approval and a motion for denial. I want to call your attention on page 95 to the sketch plan revisions. None of those revisions, 1 through 13, are significant in terms of design. They are all essentially labeling issues or language issues on the map, and none of those revisions would make a significant change to the design that we're looking at today. They're just very minor corrections. If we can turn to page 96, in the event that the Board of Commissioners chooses to approve this rezoning, there are 5 development conditions that are listed on page 96. These are 5 very standard conditions for residential conditional rezoning. But I do want to make an addition to this. After hearing the concerns of the adjacent property owners in the Taylor's Crossing subdivision, particularly about increased traffic and wear and tear on their roads that have not yet been taken over by the NC DOT, the staff has suggested and the developer has consented to and agreed to the addition of a 6th condition that would be offered. So after the 5 conditions that are listed in your agenda packet, this would be a 6th condition. That condition would read, the developer shall provide a stub road connection from the subject property to the end of the existing Dalton Road in the immediately adjacent Taylor's Crossing subdivision to the east for future interconnectivity. And again, that is a connection up here between the 2 subdivisions. However, along with that stub road connection, there would be the installation by the developer of a temporary turnaround cul-de-sac access easement on this subject property side of the property line, and a locked gate between the two subdivisions that would prevent traffic from flowing between the two unless there was an absolute emergency, in which case the local fire department could remove the lock on the gate for the duration of the emergency and provide an additional way in and out of the new subdivision. But absent that emergency, the locked gate would remain in place to prevent traffic connecting between the two subdivisions until those publicly dedicated roads in Taylor's Crossing are actually accepted at some point in the future by the Department of Transportation into their state-maintained secondary road system. So that is an additional condition that the developer has proposed, and for its addition, we would need to make note of that when a motion for approval is made, if it is made. The developer is here with us this morning, along with several residents from the adjacent subdivision, to participate during the public hearing. And before we do that, I'll be glad to pause and answer questions on the staff report.
Questions from commissioners of Mr. Tyson at this time? See you then. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this matter.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs and Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to go into public hearing, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing to consider this rezoning request on our item number 10, which is on Old Smithfield Road. It is a conditional rezoning request, and if there's anyone here at this time that wishes to speak for or against this item, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and the board will be pleased to hear from you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, all. I'm Stephanie Bowman. I live at 3709 Dalton Road in Bailey. I won't go into the litany of issues that we brought up on the 16th. We are very much opposed to the connection of the road. And before I say okay on a compromise, what does a temporary turnaround mean when they're going to connect the roads and put a gate? And then a comment was just made about DOT taking over the Taylor's Crossing streets at some point, and then the roads would actually then connect. Will there be a public hearing before that does happen if a gate goes up? I'm just afraid I don't want it to be a temporary solution. I want it to be permanent. We have disabled folks on our road alone. My concerns, again, are the traffic. The Shaker subdivision has not started construction yet. They were out mowing the field, but that is also connecting to this new subdivision, so 47 homes and then another 42 homes. So the streets that connect, that's a lot of cars. If I could get an answer on the temporary turnaround and what that means, that would be great. Do you have any questions for me as a homeowner? Thank you, Dan.
Any questions?
I had the same questions you do, so.
Okay, thank you.
I'll hear from everyone that wants to speak, and then I'll ask Mr. Tyson to address the questions, if that's okay. Anyone else here wish to speak on this item, for or against? Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Emily Cooper. I live at 3687 Dalton Road. We do have a petition of people who are against the roads in the subdivision. I don't know if that's something you guys want to see.
If you want to submit it, I would ask you to give it to our clerk.
Okay.
When you get through talking, it's fine.
Our main concern is the safety. Obviously, adding roads, we're going to have more traffic. We do appreciate a fence if it's going to be a permanent solution. But would that fence be constructed before the subdivision's put in, or are we still going to have to deal with the construction crew coming in through our roads? That's a main concern of mine, because of course you have all the mud that's going to be tracked, nails, everything, then we're going to have to clean it up. Another thing is, while I do appreciate the growth, I do not appreciate that we're going to have to be the ones to maintain our roads ourselves if they're going to use our roads. Currently, we're not state maintained, and in order to get state maintained, we have to bring it up ourselves to DOT standards, which we cannot do. And to me, it's just kind of, in a sense, greedy that they're going to use our roads to get what they want, but then we're going to have to deal with all the excess traffic. We're going to have to deal with the increase of noise level, potential crime rate increase, a bunch of increases, and we don't really have a say in what happens to our subdivision that we chose to live in, that we bought because of the cul-de-sacs. And as a community, we serve either on the Chamber of Commerce, we have business owners, I'm a realtor, so I understand that we need more housing. We have someone who owns a bakery, we have linemen who work in it, we have veterans. And it just seems like we don't have a say in what happens in our own community, but nonetheless our subdivision. And I think that's important because we chose to live here. I do think that we can tack on to the other subdivision, Schaefer's. I think they can use that. They can add another road in there if they want another access. And I do agree, safety could be an issue if we need someone to get into our subdivision, but no one really cared about that in '98. We have one way in, one way out. So that's my opinion on it. I would love a gate if that's literally the only option we have, but I believe that we're all still opposed to roads being put into our subdivision, and we don't have a say in it. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Don't think so, but thank you for being here this morning. Someone else wish to speak? Please come forward, sir. State your name and address for the record. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is William Iwanek. I live at 10861 Mackenzie Road. Only have two things to address quickly. I believe, as a resident there, that the gate that's proposed is a great idea, at least for sure, until subdivision Taylor Crossing becomes a public road. And I don't think that we're going to be able to support, I don't think we're going to be able to agree to keep the gate if we get the state to take over our roads. But my concern is, and I spoke about this last time, the roads are already 20-plus years old, and they're not in a state of disrepair too bad now, but in our 10 years, and we're going to have a lot of potholes and things that no one is going to fix. So I think it's important for us to work toward getting the state to take over the road.
Absolutely.
That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Questions for me?
Questions for William this time? I couldn't agree with you more. I hope you all work together as a group to get the roads taken over. I looked at all of them yesterday evening, and you're in pretty good shape now, but I do see things that, as you say, the next 10 years is going to cause you a lot of issues.
Thank you, sir.
Who else wants to speak on this item? Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Julie Theopolis, 3688 Dalton Road. So I hadn't really planned to say anything today, but I do have a question. We've talked about this as being this proposed connection to to Dalton Road. And I think my question is, why? Why is there a need, or why is it being proposed that it be connected there? There are things I'm not familiar with, right? The, whatever the committee is, that is, I think you call it TRC.
The TRC is a committee made up of our staff on the county's administration, and they make recommendations to the planning board, which planning board met week before last, and you may have been there, and then their recommendation comes to this board. to the TRC or Nash County employees. It includes other people like DOT and other members that would have any involvement in a new subdivision.
Okay. All right, so
It's Technical Review Committee is what it stands for.
that helps, thank you.
Sure.
You have the two proposed roads, the one to the neighborhood that is going to be under construction, to the one side, and ours to the other. Is there, or what is the need for there to be the two roads out of this proposed neighborhood? And does it have to be to Dalton? Or if you need a second, can they both go to the other, to the new neighborhood that's coming to the other side? I guess that's where I'm not really certain about is the, why does it have to be this direction? And I'd like to understand that piece of it a little bit better.
Well, let me
I guess that's mainly.
say right there, and if I could, it's connectivity, and the county, all counties as well as municipalities, always try to get connectivities between subdivisions where they can. Any new subdivision, if it's of a certain length of road, we require a stub to the adjoining property owner. And the reason for that is just, in your case, you have two, as you said, both going to the left if you're going down your street into this property. The planning board sent it to us approving one of them, but deleted the other one, the one closest to the main road. But the reason for that is in case of emergencies. So, for example, I always use, let's say your corner house, when you turn off your main road on the McKenzie Road, happens to have a fire, for instance, and you have all that going on right there, there would be no ability to get to anywhere else in your subdivision. And let's say the person at the very back, which you have some very nice homes as you go through there, look like a new one maybe built in the very back of the cul-de-sac. But someone there, for instance, had an emergency heart attack, a baby born or whatever, and then you would have no way to get to that person because
Like we are right now.
like you are right now. It would be
Like we've been
fixing
for the past
an
26
issue that you currently have and have had for 20 years. And certainly we understand that. But the reason those two stubs were put there in the beginning was to allow a fix to that as the property developed throughout that area. So it's just connectivity and to give you additional ways to get to interior subdivision so that you have a blockage up front where you come in. That's the main reason for doing that.
Yeah.
And I do fully understand, you say we've been here for this length of time. Hopefully you've never had that situation happen, but you don't know when it could happen, but it's just good planning and good engineering to do it that way, for that reason.
Okay, so this rezoning is about the new neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
And that wasn't obviously done for the sake of us having an additional route out of our neighborhood. It was, and I don't think anybody's, I have no issue with there being rezoning of that neighborhood next to us. It's just about that connection piece and why did it have to come there versus giving that group, their access the other direction.
Well, it actually goes both, it actually is on there both ways. And it's, in the case, the one coming your way is for the benefit of y'all as much as anybody, maybe even more so.
Okay. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you for being here. Anyone else? I think I had someone else coming forward. Yes, sir. I got one gentleman from the back that stood up a couple times, and if you're get in position, we'll certainly call on you next, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Boards Commission. My name is Eric Rieta Mondujano, and I'm current resident of 1366 Old Smithfield Road, adjacent to the property.
Sure.
And my only concern is, if you approve these houses being built, let's say 2 or 3 kids per house, how's that going to affect my, Bailey Elementary or Southern Nash High and Southern Nash Middle? Bringing so many kids in, housing. I understand housing needs to be developed.
Right.
But if you think about it, our school needs to grow too with the community, not just the community itself.
I would say to that would be the responsibility of the school board as well as this Board of Commissioners to provide adequate classroom space for any children that move into the county. The school board does have a plan that they're working on to provide additional classrooms in that area. But regardless of how many people come, we've got to provide education for them, or our school board does, and we are the funding agency for the school board along with the state. So that puts responsibility on this board to provide that adequate funding to do just what you asked for.
Okay. And
We have a few vacant seats there, but as you say, not many.
Well, I would like to deny this just because it would bring more people in, more crime.
Sure.
And just on, for example, on Eatman Road, just up the road from Smithfield Road, they're having issues with the housing, having 2 driveways and 1. And apparently, I don't know if they're going to have individual driveways, but they're currently having issues over there from the same, not same, but a development being made same way.
I will tell you, I know what you're talking about there. It was a short period of time where Nash County allowed 2 homes to be served by 1 driveway. That is no longer allowed, so each home will have an individual driveway.
Okay.
That's been removed from our ordinance, and I would readily admit that's a mistake that this board allowed some of that for a short period of time, but we learned quickly, and it has been corrected. But thank you for bringing that up.
And I would like to address the traffic too, as the neighbors over on Taylor Crossing.
Yes, sir.
There will be heavy traffic, more machinery, more noise, and more debris on the roads for both Old Smithfield Road and Taylor Crossing.
Understand your comments, sir.
Yes, and that'll be all. If you have any questions for me, I would like to answer them.
Any questions for this gentleman? We certainly appreciate you being here this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Rashy Lewis. I live at 3643 Dalton Road. I built there in 2016, I believe it was. I picked it because, for one, it had cul-de-sacs. There was no one way in, one way out. We all watch each other's property, so crime is not an issue. On the houses that are proposed, they're opposite from my houses, direction-wise. Is the builder going to build dividers to separate those properties from the properties that are already existing, or is it just going to be open to the side of the other properties? Because that's a concern for, I mean, you can say crime, but just, you know, it's, when you go to sell a home, yeah, I wouldn't personally want to buy a house if somebody's backyard was beside my side yard with nothing there, just an open space. So I know where Cornerstone Church is at, that's where my in-laws go. They had to put bushes and stuff up because of the other one, but they were commercial. But what's the difference between my property and that property? You know, I mean, I want my property to look just as good as, you know, someone else's, whether it's a nice divider fence or, you know, something to that. I'm pleased with the gate. If it stays like that, then that's fine. If it's locked, I understand that. I'm not opposed to leaving our road the same as it is. It was like that when I got there, and if it needs fixing, we'll come up with ourselves and fix it. I just, when I worked for one of the largest residential construction HVAC companies in Raleigh for 20 years, I've seen very bad growth and I've seen good growth on different communities. Overcrowding was an issue when my kids were in school, and they're 27, 25 now, got 2 kids of their own. So, I mean, it's not got any better, it's just going to get worse. The other subdivision has not been started yet. I think there was a issue with easement rights on the entrance road, what's supposed to be. But I don't, if you're joining into that road anyway, what's the point of joining into our road in the beginning? And if you're going to add another one onto that one and make those lots even smaller, that's just going to put more people in a smaller space as it goes on. Overcrowding is going to be an issue. Traffic is going to be an issue. It already is when we have to have roofs put on or solar panels. When I'm there to have solar panels, I mean, you know, we have to deal with that, you know. And I mean, as someone that really doesn't want to, I moved here because of that. I would just, you know, the fence is, I mean, the gate's fine, but as far as the property goes, because I'm not too far off of that. I would like to see some divider between that subdivision and ours to make ours like it is now, you know. But
I'm going to ask Mr. Tyson to address that when he comes back.
Sounds good.
I don't think there's any requirement, but I'm not certain.
I understand
I'm
that
gonna
about the
ask
crime,
him.
but that's why I was saying, some of them do. I know, you know, crime picked up, I'm not saying it's terrible, Nash County does a great job, sheriffs, because we have a lot of deputies that live around our area, but when the roads are built on Strickland, when the roads are built on Eatman, all those, I mean, it was, you know, everybody here knows the Quick Pick got broken into like 3 times. I mean, that hadn't happened in, God knows how long, Dan, you know? But I mean, you know, it's inevitable, but if we could do what we can to protect the ones that are already there, you know, they didn't ask for the land to be sold, for Johnny to sell, whatever, you know, that'd be good just for not only that, but just our property in general when we go to sell, you know, because my lot will be my lot, not somebody else's lot meeting up with, you know, someone else's.
Thanks, Mr. Lewis. Next person that wishes to speak. Good morning, sir.
I'm one of the oldest tenants there. It's Glenn Williams. I'm at 3705 Lorianne Road, Bailey, North Carolina, 27807. I've been there for a while, and I love to see the development come, but what happened is, when I was brought and showed my property, it said he had to build from the ground up. There was no trailers on there. There was no spaces to say they're going to have to put a trailer on there. Couldn't be in there. So what happened, being a retired veteran and being through numerous jobs, I bought the property because I wanted to be left alone and be relaxed. And everything has been afforded to me that I could afford. And now I see that I'm getting smaller space, paying for lights, paying for water, that's going out. It's going crazy. And I'm saying, you know, I don't see what I paid for to be retired at this age. And it seems that, you know, being retired, you're taking everything from me. And I got that property on the land. I had that one. I had 3683 also. So I had to sell 3683 because of the fact that I couldn't afford it. And what happened is I'm being cut out of everything, and everything is going up high. It's going crazy. And I'm saying, you know, it doesn't make sense that, you know, I want to be left alone. I want to be relaxed. I want to retire and just live my life the best way possible. But it seems like y'all taking everything from me. Now I have a space that having houses that he said you're going to put trailers, anything you want to put there. And when they had that property, that was all land being developed. It was farmland. And she said, no, there's not going to be nothing on the site. That's why I took that space at 3705. Because they said there's nothing going to be built there. Now you're saying it's going to be an Essex Road for people to come down there, gates to be there. And we don't have the gates in Taylor's Crossing come in there that's been fixed. After the whole time it's been there. It's supposed to have been fixed for me for years. It hasn't been fixed yet. There's a light bill we getting charged for lights that, you know, it's across the street. And, you know, for the neighbors that need it, you know, it's good. But like I said, I got lights on my property. I got lights all over my house. I said, but, you know, I'm just saying I'm losing out from being entitled to what I'm supposed to have. And once you get to a certain age, you want to retire, you don't want to go through these hassles and these court hearings and everything back and forth. It doesn't make sense. I'm saying, you know, when you relax, you want to relax, you just want to live out your life peaceful and quiet and don't have no hassles, no animosity, no nothing. I got intelligent neighbors, I got good neighbors, friendly neighbors. I mean, they'll help you, take you to the hospital, anything they got to do. I didn't have cataract surgery. I didn't have everything. I'm saying it doesn't make no sense. I didn't say I want to retire to go back and forth through this bickering that they're doing. The landlord, he don't be there one day. They have not built nothing there, thank God. And like I said, I don't want to see it being built because I don't think what it was told to me, there was going to be nothing built there. Now you got 3 other properties that you want to build stuff to. I said, if you're going to have an access road to go back to other properties and have it. But I'm saying, don't come down my street and disengage me from going back and forth and being, you know, law-abiding citizen that I got to do just to, you know, go back and forth to interact with everybody else. It doesn't make sense. And if you have any questions you want to ask me, you can ask me, and I can say it before I leave. But I said that's the main thing.
Any questions? We thank you for your comments, sir.
Okay, and thank you
for
very
being
much.
here.
And on disability also, I've got to tell you.
Okay, sir. Well, we would like to thank you for your service, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Sharon Eatman, 10654 Pace Road in Bailey. I'm here to say the same thing I say every time you guys get ready to throw up houses in the Bailey area. We've got a road over there on Smithfield Road that it's not going to continue to handle the number of houses and vehicles on those roads going to Bailey or going to Wilson. Excuse me. And then, I know about the school and the proposed new school to be built. I've already heard about it. But there's no telling how long that is in the pipeline. So you've got schools now that are going to be pushed to the brink of what they can handle, and short on teachers and staff as well. Then we've got a rescue squad at Mount Pleasant that's not manned. I know all about that. I know how they've got an EMT. I know how the rescue squad hauling trucks come from Middlesex or Spring Hope. And in my opinion, that is unacceptable. We have always had a manned rescue squad over there at Mount Pleasant, and now we don't have one, and supposedly it can be handled as it's set up now. Our sheriff's staff is already stretched to the brinks, and the crime has increased significantly over in that area with all the new subdivisions that have been allowed to come over there. It's just unacceptable, and I know y'all going to approve it. I know that. But it's not right. It's not right to the people that already live there, that own property over there, and y'all are pushing, pushing, and pushing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eatman. Anyone else wish to speak at this time? For or against this item? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Gray Berry, and I'm representing the developer, Gray Hill, on this petition for rezoning. And I just kind of want to give a little background about who we are as a company. We're a local North Carolina company based out of Raleigh. It's a small family business, and you know, we've been doing this for 30 years. We really pride ourselves on the type of communities that we develop, and we're willing to stand by them, you know, for years to come after that. And I always view these as partnerships with towns and counties and different municipalities. And I do appreciate all the passion from the neighbors, but we're very excited about this project. I think every time we kind of look at prospective projects, we evaluate every opportunity, every option that, you know, the land use would allow us. And as Mr. Tyson was saying, we are already allowed some certain uses, and we, you know, look considerably at not doing this conditional rezoning and, you know, either doing a 40,000 square foot stick-built project, or even, you know, there was some talk about a manufactured home product. We viewed this 30,000 feet conditional rezoning as the highest and best use and the best for the town. I believe that it's timely, given the presentation that we listened to earlier and the talk about housing and, you know, needing that to grow. And that's, you know, we do these projects all over the greater Raleigh area, and that's always what I hear, you know, the towns, excuse me, the residents, they want the amenities, they want the grocery stores, they want the arts, they want the entertainment, they want all those things, but it starts with the housing. You know, the commercial, the private sector isn't going to come deliver something like that if there aren't enough residents to support it. And I was at a rezoning in Raleigh, and they were talking about a study that's been conducted about how, you know, everyone thinks that when new housing stock comes on the market, that it increases everyone else's housing. The price goes up, taxes go up, all those things go up. Well, they referenced a study in San Francisco about how San Francisco did the opposite of that, where they really restricted housing, no new housing, and that's why San Francisco is one of the most expensive cities in the country. So their focus of that study was that market rate housing actually eases the affordability crisis that we're facing across the country, and that's what we want to try to help here. So I would really hope you would consider approving this petition, and we look forward to working with you all, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that y'all have.
Any questions of the petitioner at this time?
If I may, I would like to just address a few things the neighbors brought up. One, just for the record, if there was a way to not do that stub street, we would be perfectly fine with that. Like you were saying, and Mr. Tyson, it is a requirement in Nash County UDO, so that's why that connection's there. But just want to put that on the record that if we didn't have to do it, we wouldn't be doing it. Regarding a landscape buffer, I totally agree. You know, whether it's a requirement or not, we were intending to do that just from a marketability standpoint. We think it makes the community look better when there is some sort of privacy screening, those sorts of things. And the last thing I'll say is I can assure the neighbors of Taylor's Crossing that not one construction vehicle will be on any of their streets at any time. You know, we'd have one construction access, and that's what all our contractors, all our employees would be using for construction. So wouldn't be any mess on those streets, any use, any nail, nothing of that nature. So just wanted to add those things.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Belfield, go ahead.
Has Franklin County, I know it's almost half of these lots in Franklin County.
Mr. Belfield, that's another item we're going to get to. It's not this item.
I can't.
It'll be one of the other public hearings that we're going to have in just a moment.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else you wish to ask this petitioner?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Seeing no movement, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, and I'll call Mr. Tyson back up to address two things I think that came as a question. Go ahead, sir.
All right, the chairman did a good job of explaining why the ordinance requires that connection, and of course that is to develop a network of subdivision roads, primarily for public safety and different ways in and out of subdivision developments. I do want to point out that back in 1998, when Taylor's Crossing was developed, the developer was required to extend Dalton Road and Lorianne Road all the way to the property line in preparation for a stub connection. There was no development happening on the other side of the property line at that time, but that was a consideration for the county back in 1998. And so the stage was set for this back in 1998. Now, we did not, or the county would not have been able to anticipate the pattern of development coming from the other direction. And that's why we're recommending only the one connection instead of the two. But this was a concern under the county ordinance back in '98. The next thing I want to cover is there was a question about what is the temporary turnaround easement. So on the new development side of the gate at Dalton Road, they would have, in the event that somebody would turn down that road, potentially mistakenly a delivery truck, there would have to be an area for that vehicle to turn around because they can't continue past that gate into Taylor's Crossing. And so what you would typically see is they would build and dedicate the right-of-way straight up to the property line, but there would be a temporary access easement on either side of the main road, which would be a flared cul-de-sac bulb. It might be paved, or in many cases it's gravel. It's something that's meant to allow that turnaround area for vehicles that turn down that road perhaps mistakenly, but it's also designed so that it can be removed in the future should the roads in Taylor's Crossing be adopted by the NCDOT and the gate be removed. As far as the process for how Taylor's Crossing would become NCDOT maintained roads, at the time of their original construction, they were dedicated to public use. So they are technically open to public use now. But because they were not handed off to the DOT shortly after their construction, there have now been 20 years of wear and tear on those roads. And so in order for them to be brought up to state standards to make them eligible for adoption by the DOT, someone would have to pay for that work. Absent any intervention by another agency, the most likely someone would be the residents of that subdivision. There was a question as to whether there would be a public hearing. There would not be a requirement for a public hearing, but some party, typically the residents, would have to petition NCDOT following the repairs being made. And this board would have to pass a resolution to allow that to happen, but it would not take a full-blown public hearing like what we're having today. And then on to the question about dividers or screening buffers or fencing being required between residential lots. I know we've heard what the developer intends to do. Nash County traditionally has not imposed a requirement to screen or fence residential lots from other adjacent residential lots. We've left that in the hands of the individual property owner to decide what kind of screening, if any, they want to have on their property between them and their new neighbor. Of course, the developer is free to provide that, but the ordinance does not mandate that screening between two separate residential lots. Any other questions that I need to cover?
Mr. Tyson?
Yes.
Got a question. One of our speakers mentioned about traffic increases on Old Smithfield Road.
Right.
On a county road like that, that was originally, when it was put in, did not have high traffic counts. How are those roads monitored by DOT for maintenance or upgrades as traffic increases?
Right. So in order to make this development, the developer will be required to obtain from the North Carolina Department of Transportation what's called a driveway permit for the interconnection of the new road to Old Smithfield Road. Prior to issuing that driveway permit, the North Carolina Department of Transportation will take into account the number of new homes, residents, and vehicles that will then be interacting with Old Smithfield Road. And if there are any improvements that need to be made to Old Smithfield Road, for instance, a turn lane, something like that, the DOT will require the developer to pay for those improvements as a condition of getting the driveway permit. Now, as far as just routine monitoring and maintenance, I'm not sure that I can tell you in detail how the NCDOT does that, but there is a process in place for them to take account of the additional traffic and to determine if any additional improvements need to be required in consistent with this development, and then they would require those improvements to be made and paid for by the developer before they could open that new road.
And also, you mentioned there was a whole list. There was about 13 different conditions or updates that would need to be added. Would the board be provided a copy of that revised subdivision plan?
It could be. As I said, most of them are labeling issues that don't have any impact on the design of the road or the layout of the lots, but we'd be happy to forward that to the board once we receive it from the developer.
Okay.
Other questions, Mr. Tyson?
Could we make the landscape buffer a requirement here?
If it could be, it's not a standard requirement of the ordinance, it could be a requirement through an added condition. We would need to specifically hear from the developer if they would consent to that. And I believe he's indicated that he would, but it would have to be an additional condition.
I like the idea of the gate and the access. I didn't like the idea of if the state takes over Taylor's Crossing subdivision or Dalton Road, that then the gate would have to go. Is that a must? I mean, if the gate's there, why we got to put it in? And I can understand that the state wanted to work it all together while they're maintaining it, but still, we're still putting these subdivisions together here, and I just don't like that.
I think,
and I don't think these people do.
Right. I think in the event that the state maintains Dalton Road on both sides of the gate, that they would require it to be removed. I don't think they would allow a taxpayer-funded road to have a gate between subdivisions.
If we just don't say that in these requirements, and if at the time the lot owners petition the state, then they'd have to work that out with the state. I mean, I just don't think we need to decide that here, because they have not petitioned the state. And they may not. I mean, I think they need to, but they may not. And at the time, it's going to be the same requirement, a requirement just like them bringing those streets up to a standard that the DOT is going to require.
So I think what I'm hearing you say is if the additional condition could be reworded to not necessarily mention the removal of the gate and let that be a decision of the DOT when and if it becomes adopted by the state on both sides.
And then the lot owners would have the right to accept DOT's proposal or not accept it.
Right.
Am I right?
Right. The lot owners would need to petition the DOT to take it over. And they could, if the removal of the gate was a condition, I suppose they could decide to maintain the roads themselves.
And there's just I agree with other comments here that there's a lot, that's just going to be a lot of houses. It's going to add a lot of traffic up and down Old Smithfield Road. And I've said it before, I just don't know if sometime, when do we get too many? And I agree with Ms. Eatman, we just keep on and we're not providing for other things. We're going to fix the EMS problem and the Sheriff's Department problem. That's a temporary thing right now till budget time comes again. But none of that fixes traffic. I just have a problem. We keep on adding houses, and maybe we need to fix some other problems ahead of time. That's just me.
Anything?
Yes, right.
Okay. Other comments or questions? Mr. Belfeld, I think you were next.
Yeah, you're reducing the lots from 40,000 to 30,000. You add more houses in. And each one have its own separate tank. Couldn't that, in the future, be a problem there? I believe I read where it said the subdivision will be hooked onto the water, but each individual separate tank. To me, I just think in the future, with all those separate tanks and every lots, in the future be a problem.
Prior to actually recording these lots, the developer will be required to have each lot tested by either the county health department or a private soil scientist to ensure that it can take a septic system on each lot. If not, they would lose lots and combine them in order to find good soil for a septic system for each lot. Prior to actually building the house, they would have to have a septic permit that not only identifies the location for the septic system, but a repair area location that would be suitable for a backup septic system in case there were ever to be a major failure of the first septic system. And so there are safeguards in place prior to the development of the subdivision to make sure that there's adequate soil to handle the septic tank needs for the development.
Other questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Anything else any commissioner wants to say? If not, I'll call for a motion. And of course, the motion needs to, if it's a motion to approve, it needs to have the statement of consistency as well as the items that are listed, as well as the now 6 plan changes that would need to be added to it also.
Mr.
Chairman,
Have to close the public hearing.
Yeah, I closed the public hearing, he wouldn't be up here, I think, Mr. Belford. Did you have something else you want to say, Mr. Aaron?
Yeah, I was just, anyway, the present plan follows our county plan use development plan, meet all those basic requirements. I guess our biggest thing is how do we protect the residents that are already existing? And I guess we need to do everything we can to protect those residents' privacy. Otherwise, the developer has pretty much did what they supposed to do within our county plan use development plan, and they should be able to build residents on that piece of property.
Before I accept the motion, I need to do one more thing, if I may. Mr. Combs asked a question about the buffer and if the person that petitioned it would be willing to put that as an item 7 on the list of things. Could we clear that part up?
We could. And I think because this question will come up later, perhaps the best thing would be to hear from the applicant as far as what type of buffer they're proposing, so that we could reflect that in the condition. So if we could invite him back to the podium.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Berry, I don't mean to put you on the spot like this, but you mentioned you may be willing to, therefore I'd like to address it.
We are, and we'd be willing to commit to a condition. I am kind of on the spot, just off the top of my head. I think it would be, we'd be willing to, I think it's typically maybe ones we've done in the past are like 1 deciduous tree or 2 bushes, something to that effect every 200 feet. So I think for the purpose of a strict condition, we'd be willing to commit to something of that nature along the eastern boundary to give privacy to the...
Every how many feet did you say? 200. 1 tree every 200 feet?
Well, they're deciduous trees, so the idea is, they grow up to be big and, or 2 bushes.
But they're going to be really big if you put them 200 feet apart. I mean, it's going to take a long time for them to...
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That figure don't fit.
Let me go at it a different way. Mr. Tyson, do we have a standard buffer that we could refer to in our ordinance that would be between potentially another type use on an adjoining property?
We do have a screening buffer requirement, but keep in mind, it is typically required between residential and commercial activity. Give me just a moment to locate it here.
Mr. Attorney, please monitor my positions up here. If I'm carrying something too far, please let me know. Okay. You're looking at me a little bit funny, okay? I just want to make sure.
So we have what we call an incompatible land use buffer. And again, that is based on the presumption that residential and commercial are incompatible land uses when right next to each other. And it requires a minimum 25-foot wide, perpetually maintained natural or planted buffer yard along the property line. The buffer yard contains 3 canopy trees and 5 understory trees per 100 linear feet of buffer yard. Canopy trees should be a minimum of 8 feet in height, 2 inches in caliper. And then it also requires 25 shrubs per 100 linear feet of buffer yard. So in a 100-foot span, you would have 3 canopy trees, 5 understory trees, and 25 shrubs. Again, that is more intensive because it is prescribed between commercial and residential.
Would that be what we had between, I heard us mention in the earlier rezoning for the trailer sales, there was a buffer between the church and residential area.
That would be the same type of buffer.
Okay, so there's nothing any less of a
Well-
buffer than what that is?
So the ordinance does provide the planning department with some latitude for approving alternative plans. And oftentimes, if they will approve evergreen trees that will grow into a solid a solid hedge, then we can allow those instead of a mixture of overhead and understory trees. But that is the kind of buffer that we would require for the trailer business and when you have commercial and residential adjacent to each other.
And what we require between residential and the church at the time, you think?
Probably, yes, because the
Okay.
church would have been considered non-residential commercial activity.
Thank you.
I think we'd be willing to agree to the scenario Mr. Tyson just laid out about the evergreen canopy, one every 100 feet. That would be acceptable to the commissioners and the neighbors.
I'm not sure that's what he said, Mr. Berry. I think he was talking about a consistency or spacing that would eventually, in a reasonable amount of time, make a solid tree buffer.
Yes, sir. The kind of scenario he laid out between the residential and the non-residential seems pretty extreme for a case like this. These lots are, over 400 feet long. The house is going to be at the other end of the 400 feet, so it's going to be quite a ways. I don't foresee there be any neighbors, looking right into the, back houses of their other neighbors. So that's why I think some sort of, tree, maybe we could do a tree and a bush every 100 feet. But, something like Mr. Tyson just said, it seems a bit extreme to me in this scenario.
I don't think the evergreen trees that will eventually grow together are extreme. Either a single row or a double row that will mesh together or block the view, that don't seem extreme to me.
Yes, sir. Maybe I'm confused, but we'd be willing to
Thank you.
do the, what was the example you laid out with the evergreen every 100 feet?
Well, when it's in a commercial versus residential situation, the separation between evergreen trees is probably more like 10 to 20 feet instead of 100 feet.
I do believe another ordinance that I work under is every 15 feet.
Right.
Because the Leland cypress or something of that nature does indeed close the gap pretty quickly. But I've caused it, but I've allowed us to get too deep in this conversation in a setting like this, but I'm just trying to get us to a place where the board can move it forward. Any other thoughts you got? Of course, you always got a fence buffer as an option. You always got an earth and berm as an option, or a combination of any of the above. But
What is the
Yeah, Mr.
requirement
Chairman.
for the berm? Is there a height requirement for that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
yes, sir.
Yeah, we really need to let the horticulturists, whatever, to get involved with the height and the type of shrubbery that would need to be to create a buffer that requires no maintenance, pretty much. You don't want trees that's going to grow, and you got that residents got to maintenance. So it's between the professionals who know how to
And
do
I'm
this.
not one of those
Right.
professionals.
So
Neither
we
am I.
would need to find the right shrubbery for
Well, and I
that.
think
you
maybe
would-
just to help get this along, we'd be willing to commit to a condition that, either we'll work out a landscape buffer, we'll agree as soon as I hear the earth and berm height requirement to that, or a fence buffer. So one of the three, we can work with staff to agree to that.
Well, I'm hesitant to leave it open because we would need,
We don't
the
want to leave.
commissioners would need to know that they find it sufficient as well in order to approve it.
I'm not willing to leave it open and like that. We need to get it tied down, or we need to not include it and see how the vote goes. One of the two, I think.
Could we come back?
But
Can I ask a question? Am I allowed to ask a question?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but the public hearing is closed at this time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would make a motion to deny this request, since
I'm
there's
not-
too many things that's not
I'm not
straight
ready.
here.
I'm not ready for a motion.
Okay, well, I'm ready.
I'll call
I'm ready.
when we get ready for one.
What is the fence height requirement?
5 feet. So you can't see through it. So it doesn't specify the material, except obviously it couldn't be something like chain link, and it couldn't have enough openings in it that you're looking at putting it right.
What about, I think they're described as 2 canopy trees or 3 understory trees every 100 feet, I believe. But I think that's a pretty standard landscape buffer from other municipalities I've seen.
You said 2 canopy or 3 understory every 100 feet.
Yes, sir.
Which would be less than the commercial against residential, but that might make sense because we're screening residential from residential. So 2 canopy trees or 3 understory trees every 100 foot along the eastern boundary of the property, except, of course, for where we're requiring the stub road.
Yes, sir.
What's a canopy tree?
It is, it is at least 8 feet in height and 2 inches around at the time it's planted, and when mature, it should be at least 40 feet high and have a crown width of the tree 30 feet or greater. An understory tree is only 4 feet high and 1 inch around when planted. And that's why there would be 3 of those versus the 2 of the canopy trees.
What's the example of a under tree? Crepe myrtle, something like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we don't know.
Yep.
I got an idea, but I mean, I just want it said.
We would be willing to commit to that today.
Adam, we got it tied down. Mr. Tyson, excuse me.
Yes, so we have the,
Would you state item 6 as the condition then?
so we have the 5 conditions that are in the staff report. Assuming that we want to remove the reference to the removal of the gate and let that be at the discretion of the NCDOT. Condition number 6 would read, the developer shall provide a stub road connection from the subject property to the end of the existing Dalton Road in the immediately adjacent Taylor's Crossing subdivision to the east for future interconnectivity, along with the installation of a temporary turnaround cul-de-sac access easement and a locked gate. And then proposed condition number 7 would be that the applicant shall install a vegetative screening buffer along the eastern boundary of the subject property, and that vegetative screening buffer shall contain at least 2 canopy trees or 3 understory trees for every 100 foot of length.
We all straight?
Anything else from me?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you for your indulgence. All right, entertain a motion at this time on this item.
So move, Mr. Chairman, that we approve this request.
Adam, would you state what the motion actually needs to say, and then we'll agree to
Okay,
it?
let me get back to that.
Oh, okay, you want to do it, Mr. Harrington?
All right. Let's get to it right quick.
I have it up.
Hold on 1 minute.
I could do it.
Okay, I move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness below and approve the conditional rezoning request to rezone the Pacific property to R30CZ for the development of 47 lots residential subdivision, subject to the following sketch plan revision, development conditions.
1 through 7. Develop conditions 1 through 7. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, development condition 1 through 7.
You good?
Yes, sir.
All right, I have a motion on the floor as stated by Commissioner Harris. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any discussion on the motion or questions on the motion?
Discussion.
Go ahead, Commissioner
I didn't
Wilkins.
have questions for Mr. Tyson or, of course, during public comment, but the one, I do want to say thank those who came to comment, and please don't think my decision, at least, was not made ahead of time. And I tell you, in Scarlett O'Hara's words in Gone with the Wind, this was my decision. And I talked to no one prior to this meeting, none of the commissioners, no one outside. So my decision is my decision because I feel just as the veteran, and thank you for your service, that said he moved there because he wanted that, I guess, that country charm, not all the traffic, but for the same reason another veteran may want to move in that area. And if we don't build and continue to build in Nash County, they won't come. People will not come. And then to say the anticipation of crime, well, it's just that anticipation. Earlier, former Superior Court Judge Quentin Sumner was in here, and I wish he was still here, because if you go in front of him in a courtroom and you're going to tell him what someone may do or what may happen, that's not enough evidence. And I know it points to that, statistics, but to say you're dealing with traffic, unreasonable traffic, kids need somewhere to go to school, we don't have the school, we need to build so they will come. And then, like they said, they're looking at, the school board is looking at new or larger Bailey school, elementary school, and other people want to bring their kids to Nash County too, and they should have that opportunity, and you can't have that opportunity based on anticipation or what you think will happen. And so that's all I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilkins. I have a motion, I have a second. Any more
Chairman,
discussion
can I
on the motion?
comment?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, it's obvious that this zoning request is going to pass. We had concerns about opening Dalton Road up. We have solved that problem with a gate, and I'm glad that we got TOT stipulation out of it. That'll be up to whenever it happens, and however y'all can work it out. I'd tell them, when you come to work on the road, we'll go open the gate, and when you leave, we'll go back and close it. But I mean, I just don't like opening that road into a new subdivision, and I understand it's for safety reasons is the big thing. But so we've got that handled for now. We got a buffer that was requested. We've kind of got what we asked for, and I have a hard time realizing we can't keep it from coming. It's growth's going to happen, and we can't stop it. We can just do the best we can to control it and make it look right and be right. And, if there needs to be a turn lane on Old Smithfield Road, DOT will make them do that before they build this street. I mean, they handle all that stuff, but sometimes I don't like what they do either. But anyway, I just think here we are, and we have got some concessions made that we needed made.
Mr. Chairman.
Belfield.
I think that maybe we ought to send this back to the planning board for further review.
Mr. Belfield, I have a motion on the floor, sir, and I have a second. I've got to address the motion with your comments.
Okay.
Any question on the motion?
No.
Okay. Other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
No.
Is the vote clear, or do I need a show of hands? Madam
Show of
Clerk?
hands, Mr. Chairman.
All right, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by raising your right hand. Any opposed, raise your right hand. Motion carries on a 4-3 vote. I want to thank citizens for being here today with a concern of this. It is a item that we've been dealing with for 2 or 3 years. We've got growth coming to Nash County. It's welcome growth because we do need to increase our population. We need to increase our total assessed values. We realize cost comes along with it. We've worked very hard through our land development code to control our growth and make it better growth. And I think we've made some great changes in the land development code, and we're going to be going through our ordinance as well real soon and looking at each detail. We are now at 30,000 square foot minimum in the county with well and septic tanks or even whatever. We do have the right to go to something less where water and sewer are available. But it's great to have the interaction that we had at the planning board on this item, and again, here today. I hope you leave here understanding that this board takes seriously your comments, and we addressed as many of them as we could. But the underlying thing really is when an individual owns a piece of land, I, as a commissioner, and I can only speak for myself, really have a hard time denying a person that owns that property to be able to do with that property what they choose to do with it, as long as they are not causing severe concerns or things to the neighborhood. We've just got to allow them to utilize the piece of land that they've invested in and to do the development that they want to do. And we again thank you for being here this morning. Thank you for being very civil and the way you addressed the board. And with that said, thank y'all. Anybody need a break before I go to the next public hearing, or we're all good? All right, got a commissioner wishes to take about a 5-minute break, and if you bear with us, we'll take that, and then we'll come right back. I'll call the Nash County Board of Commissioners meeting for February the 5th back to order at this time. We just finished up on item number 10, and we are now on item number 11, which is another public hearing on conditional rezoning request, CZ 240103, Sanders Grove. And I'll call on Mr. Tyson to present this to us as well. Go ahead, sir.
This is also a residential conditional rezoning request. What makes this unique is that the subject property is located on the Nash-Franklin County border, and so only the front portion of the subdivision falls within Nash County's jurisdiction, and the back portion of the subdivision will have to be reviewed and approved by Franklin County. So what you see highlighted in red here is about 30 acres. It is not the entire area of the subdivision, which we'll see a little later, because this red line here and then the green line here represents the county line between the two counties. These are two undeveloped adjacent tracts of land within this approximately 30 acres owned by Katrina and Johnny Jennings. It's located on the north side of Sanders Road. It's currently zoned A1 agricultural, as you can see from the green color on the zoning map on the right. This is south of the US Highway 64 bypass. It is part of a larger 58-acre property, which I explained extends into neighboring Franklin County. The property is located just to the south of the Anderson Ridge subdivision up here to the north, which was developed back in 1997. There's also a pond and a stream feature on the site that'll have to be accounted for. The owner has submitted conditional rezoning request to rezone the property to RA30CZ, the same categorization we were just looking at in our previous public hearing. This is specifically for the development of the Sanders Grove subdivision as laid out on the screen. Again, there is a dashed county line in this vicinity, and everything to the right-hand side of that is within Nash County's jurisdiction and is under review today. The proposed subdivision includes a total of 49 new residential lots, but only 28 of those are located entirely or primarily within Nash County's jurisdiction. The other 21 are in Franklin County. There will be three substantial impacts on the subject property. Number one, the reduction in lot size from the currently required 40,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet. Number two, because this is an A1 agricultural zoning district now, there are more than 60 different land uses that are permitted under different circumstances in this zone because of its rural agricultural nature that would no longer be permitted for development under the proposed RA30 zoning district. The most notable of that is both single-wide and double-wide manufactured homes, manufactured home parks, and a number of other things that are potentially more appropriate in a rural agricultural area that would no longer be allowed. And then number three, of course, the subject property would have to be developed in accordance with the proposed sketch plan. The sketch plan serves as the required site plan for the rezoning. As stated, there are 28 new residential lots on Nash County side of the line. There are 3 open space lots to account for the existing pond and drainage areas, and 3 new public road rights-of-way that are intended to be constructed to DOT standards and taken over by the DOT. All of these lots would be accessed from the proposed new interior roads, and none would be accessed directly from the existing state road, Sanders Road. The sketch plan also proposes a stub road connection to the adjacent undeveloped parcel to the east for potential future connectivity, and you can see that down here. The stub road goes up to the property line. All of the lots must either meet or exceed the 30,000 square foot minimum lot area and the 100 foot minimum lot width. There is no public water or sewer service in this area, so these lots will be served by both private on-site wells and individual septic systems. This is an excerpt from our future land use map from the comprehensive land use plan. It designates the subject property in the green residential agricultural area. So like in the last case, the proposed 30,000 square foot lots are consistent with the minimum allowable residential lot size recommended by the plan. And also it will prohibit manufactured homes in exchange for the slightly higher density as recommended by the plan. If we return back to the zoning map and the aerial photo, this request may be considered reasonable and in the public interest because, number one, it would not be unreasonable spot zoning because the proposed use of the property will continue to be for residential development, similarly to the adjacent and surrounding properties. Number two, approval of the request will permit slightly smaller minimum lot areas and increase residential density, but as discussed, it is much more restrictive, eliminating those 60 land uses that are currently permitted in the A1 zoning district. The Technical Review Committee considered this request back on January 4th and recommended conditional approval. The Planning Board held a meeting on this request on January 16th. Mr. Matthew Winslow addressed the board on behalf of the prospective developer, Willow Development, in support of the request. There were 6 members of the public who addressed the board in opposition to the request, citing concerns related to increased residential density, traffic, crime, demand for emergency responders and other public services. Concerns were also raised regarding the potential impact of the proposed new wells on the local groundwater supply and the desire to preserve an existing family cemetery located in the vicinity of proposed lots 44 and 45, which I believe are in this area. The Planning Board ultimately voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request, subject to the recommended sketch plan revisions and development conditions. You have a motion in your agenda packet to either approve or deny the rezoning. I want to go over the approval. If you look at page 106, again, we have a list of 10 sketch plan revisions. The only one that is of significant concern is number 1. We have 2 lots on the sketch plan, lot 35 and 36, that don't appear to satisfy the 100-foot minimum lot width requirement that we measure along the front setback. And so prior to moving forward, the designer will need to either demonstrate to the county that he does have that 100-foot of lot width, or potentially those lots would have to be combined to meet that requirement. So there could be a 1-lot reduction depending on the outcome of that measurement by the developer. When we look on page 107, there are 7 suggested conditions for the rezoning that are relatively standard, with the exception of number 3, which I want to call your attention to. This was added at the request of the Planning Board, and the developer has consented to this. Number 3, the developer shall identify the existing graves in the family cemetery located in the vicinity of proposed lots 44 and 45 and accommodate that cemetery within a special purpose lot with either direct access to one of the interior public roads or a minimum 10-foot wide access easement allowing ingress and egress to and from a public road per the requirements of our UDO. And so the developer has agreed to locate and set aside that existing family cemetery to preserve it and preserve access to it going forward. The other conditions are standard for our residential conditional rezonings. The developer is here to speak during the public hearing, and I will pause and take any questions on the application before we move into that public hearing.
Question from commissioners or Mr. Tyson at this time?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Commissioner Wilkins.
would you give me a clarification on the family cemetery? You said will locate, not relocate, right?
Not relocate.
Okay.
The plan is to locate it and then set it aside on its own special purpose lot with access preserved, so not to relocate it
And it will stay as is?
in its current location.
All right.
Other questions of Mr. Tyson? Mr. Tyson, just for my own knowledge, would you give us the definition when a lot is in 2 counties, what controls which county the
Sure.
tax bill comes from, I guess?
My understanding is that the tax bill is determined, if the home is located on one side of the line or the other, that is the county that taxes it. If the home is located on the line, I believe it has to do with the master bedroom and whether the master bedroom is on one side of the line or the other. Is that correct?
She agreed with you?
She did.
Okay, great. Looks like you got a couple of lots. It might be a fight between tax assessors. I just want to clear that up front. Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this item at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing, and the board will be very pleased to hear from anyone that's here this morning wishing to speak for or against this item. If you would come to the podium and state your name and address for the clerk, and we'd be tickled to hear what you have to say this morning. Good morning, sir.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners, for having me today. My name is Fletcher Allen Sanders. I live on 12818 Sanders Road, and I'm here in opposition to Sanders Grove. A little bit of background. I've lived here for 61 years. This property was owned by my great-grandfather, my grandfather, my mother, and her siblings. And it's a much longer story about how this land got sold out from under us, which we did not wish this to happen. That's why we are against it. It's already been brought up to the commissioners about the cemetery that's on between lot 44 and 45, belongs to the Masseys and the Stricklands. This whole development is just across the street to Rocky Cross Baptist Church, which is to the south of this development. That church was built by my grandfather. I'd point out something in addition that was not mentioned, that I did mention last time I spoke, was approximately on lot 32 or 33, if you're looking at an aerial view, there's a small island right in between those two lots that's got trees, and that was all farmland around that. And the reason that little island was there was because years ago my grandfather tried to blow up a stump in there with dynamite, and it did not go off. I went out there with the bomb squad of the SBI to try to locate this dynamite, and we dug, and fearful of blowing ourselves up, we stopped digging. But that's why that island is still there, and it is in between lots 32 or 33. I could show you I could carry you to it, or I could show you on a map. But contrary to what people might think, this is a big housing development between two counties, Nash County and Franklin County. Half of it is in Franklin County, which is not within the purview of you commissioners. Right to the left of that is Turkey Creek. So there's a creek to the left of this property, and to the right of the property on the east side, there's a pond. It's spring-fed, I believe, and it drains right through the very middle of this property. Now, this property is called Rocky Cross for a reason. It is hard, red, rocky land, and there's a hard pan underneath the soil. And I'll point out that the farmers, including myself and everyone else, has wells in this area, and over the years they've developed more and more problems with their wells. Specifically, from the original well they drilled, let's say it started out at 15 feet below the surface, is now down to 55 feet. And specifically, my father's well and my well now has over the years gotten more and more red muddy. There's a problem with the water out there because of the way the rocks underground are. Now, if you put 51 more houses in that particular area, they're going to have an even bigger problem as the water level drops. So everybody in that area is going to have to drill a new well eventually to try to get more water. Now, a lot of these people may not be the richest in the world. So I don't know if they can afford to drill a new well, and how long a new well drilled down to 350 feet will last before they have water problems. In addition to the wells, there's not water lines that go to that area. In fact, there's no utilities at all. You know, fiber optic, electricity, Wi-Fi, any sorts of things, like no fire hydrants for these people that live here. They're going to put wells in, they're going to have a septic tank. 51 houses with septic tank in that particular area, and if you look at the map, the gray areas in here, that's going to be a problem, because there are some of these lots that I don't believe will perk. So what's going to happen with their waste that goes into the wastewater that they're then going to be pumping out? I don't think an environmental impact statement has been done on this property, because if it was, I doubt that they would approve of it. I don't think the North Carolina State Department of Environmental Quality and Water Quality has been consulted and came out and tested the water and drilled. I don't think water is going to be readily available to the people that try to build here. On 51 lots, that's going to be equivalent to a minimum of 150 new people to 200 people and cars coming out of this one road that dumps onto Sanders Road right in front of the church. And the roads are small, two-lane road in this country area. If you go to the east, within a few hundred yards, there's a Y-shaped intersection that's difficult to see out of. And you go about 100 yards, there's a 4-lane intersection. That's to the east. If you go to the west, you go over a bridge towards Pilot, North Carolina, if anyone here is familiar with that. And you run into the same exact situation. There's a Y-shaped intersection right there, and you go 100 yards to get to that intersection to go to Pilot. So it's going to be difficult for 150, 200 cars to navigate this narrow country road in that area to try to find their way out to Highway 64 so they can drive all the way to Rocky Mount or to Raleigh. I don't believe the roads were built to handle this kind of traffic, nor the weight. I don't think the bridges in this area, especially to the east, in Nash County, can accommodate these kinds of cars. And one can anticipate, with 150 to 200 people in this area, the crime rate's going to go up. You're going to need more school buses, which is going to add to the congestion of people to try to get in here to get their children to school. You're going to need more emergency EMTs and fire department and police. I believe Commissioner Cone may be very familiar with what is available at Farrell's Fire Department. They're already taxed with what they can accommodate. And if you go into Franklin County, you got Pilot Fire Department, which has even less. So the individuals in this particular proposed subdivision are not going to have very good access to EMTs, to fire. There's no fire hydrants. How fire trucks are even going to get into this area and turn around, and there's no there's no hospital nearby for these people. They're going to have to go all the way to Raleigh or Rocky Mount if they need a hospital. I've already mentioned there's no electricity, there's no internet, no fiber optic, no cable. Think about trash pickup. It's already difficult for those large trash vehicles to get in and dump the trash. Now that's going to tax the nearest dump, which is down near Middlesex, quite a bit away for them to dump their trash. You've also got the people that live in Franklin County side of this proposed lot, for them to get their trash carried to the trash dump near Pilot. That's going to be an issue, people going either way. I believe there's a severe impact to the wildlife in this particular area because I've grown up there and I've hunted deer, turkey, doves, all that sort of thing my entire life there. And I have seen bald eagles and ospreys in this direct area, which I believe an environmental impact statement would also mention the effect of a housing development on this. The issue of DOT, I actually spoke to a DOT employee about this particular issue about the roads and was informed that if on any of those lots, they have to be at least 20 feet or more on either side of a particular lot for DOT to go in there and maintain those roads, because they're not currently maintained by DOT. So some of these lots that are so proposed, I believe specifically, Lot 35 and 36, and some of these others, it's not going to be wide enough for DOT to want to maintain all those roads. There are no shops, there are no stores, there's no recreational facilities, no movie theaters, no gas station. There's nothing in this area for this many more people to come in to Nash County. I'm sure you are all familiar that Nash County is on the far west side of the county. It doesn't get a whole lot of attention most of the time until right now. They just don't have any facilities for this many people in that particular area. I believe Commissioner Belfield had a question earlier today that was delayed about this whole property being bisected by Franklin County. Now, I've lived in this area my whole life, 61 years. I'm very familiar with both Franklin County and Nash County. If you had a question, perhaps I might be able to help with anything in Franklin County.
I was just wondering if the two counties are working together on this and reviewing it together.
The way I
Since
was
it's split.
informed was that Franklin County, what I was told, does not review this. I mean, there's not going to be a commission meeting for those people in Franklin County. I did actually go to the developers, some of his developments, to see what he was proposing, and I spoke with some of the people about what they have with this particular development. I even spoke to Senator Barnes about this particular issue, who I believe once was a commissioner of this body. I will keep some of my comments to myself. I don't wish to get in trouble over that, but I've said a lot. I don't know if it meant anything to anybody, but it means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Thank you. Anyone else wishes to speak for or against this item? Mr. Winslow, come forward, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Afternoon.
You're exactly right. Good
Yes, sir.
afternoon, sir.
Matthew Winslow, thank you for letting me speak before you today. I'm here with, I looked around, thought Mike was here. Mike Moss. Mike Moss is my business partner and also a surveyor. I'll tell you, change is never easy for anybody, and most people do not like change. But if there is going to be change, you want change with people that you know are going to do a good job and be a good partner in the community. Mike and I have been working together for 20-plus years, developing land and surveying. And through my building company, we were 9 years in a row nominated best, not named it, we won best of the best home builder in our area for our custom home builders. We could develop this property today without a rezoning and come out with the same density. The rezoning here today is so that we can avoid the environmentally sensitive areas. Thank you, Mr. Tyson, for your presentation. He shared most of everything I was going to share, but you see, we've avoided the ponds, the streams, the creeks, and everything else, even though they're not buffered streams and ponds. So by the ordinance as is today, we could extend our lots into those areas and make it a parcel lot, have much larger lots, and still get the same number of lots. We are still well under the density, even if it was an R40 district. And we have 13 acres between both properties of open space area, which roughly is about 23% open space. The plan board, this is why I like the public hearing process, because it does bring out some things. And I do appreciate Mr. Sanders sharing with the unexploded ordinance issue and the cemetery issue. At the time, we did not know there was a family cemetery at the location. We've already identified it. We're trying to decide what to do with it next, whether we're going to give it to, so we can find the family members that might be interested, or we're going to give it to the church, one of the two. We are not going to relocate. That is not anything we'd be interested in. We've dealt with this in the past over other subdivisions that we developed. Some that have had 300-plus-year-old graves, and we've identified them, and then basically did something very similar where either we donate it to an open space or to a church or something like that. The unexploded ordinance is very concerning, and I'm glad that it was identified to us. We have hired a company that's going to help us through that process of what the next steps are. I don't know what they are. That's why we hire the professionals to do those kind of things for us, to make sure that we aren't going to have the issue in the future. The DOT issues, as you well know, that once we get through this process, we start with DOT. Once we get them a design plan that's been approved, and they'll go through all the traffic counts and everything else for the property. On Franklin County has approved the subdivision as you see it drawn here before you today. One of the, some of the things that along with change also comes some positive things. One of the neighbors mentioned to me that there's no high-speed internet out there and they're having issues. We contacted Charter and Brightspeed, and Charter will be providing high-speed internet to this location. So whether it's individually they get access to it or not, but it does bring it much closer so they can have access to high-speed internet. The soils, everything you see in white, we've already had the soils map drawn. That's how we decide how our lots are drawn. The rule of thumb, or what most departments are looking for is 20,000 square feet of good soil. The soils are actually very good for septic tanks at this location. Everything you see in white, so you see lots that are 30,000 square foot and larger, and they have over 20,000 square feet in good soils. We have completed our phase ones out there, and we were just now finishing up our geotech work. So this is not the first time we've done this. We've done this many times over and over again, and we are good community partners. Like I said, after the last meeting, the planning board meeting, we had 6 individuals speak out against it, including Mr. Sanders. And after the meeting, I went to all of them, asked them if there's anything I can help with any of their concerns, offered my cell phone number, anybody would take it. And so that way, if they have any concerns, if we go through this process, that they have my direct phone number if they have any issues. And I'm open for any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Winslow from board members at this time?
And Mike's here too, he's our surveyor.
Sure. That's how you get a surveyor, take him on as a partner.
That's right.
Understood. Do not see any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Mike?
Again, my name is Michael Moss, 333 South White Street in Wake Forest, North Carolina. Again, I'm Matthew's partner on this project and the land surveyor that prepared the plan. We feel like it was a very good plan for this area. I think Mr. Bedfield had asked about the Franklin County portion. They did review and approve their portion of the project. I don't know that they had any contact with Nash County about their approval process. The two UDOs are very similarly aligned, so this subdivision, will look similar going from Nash into Franklin. As we move forward with the approvals with DOT, I believe this will go through the Nash County office because it is, the entrance is located in Nash County. And I'll be glad to answer any other questions you might have for me.
Any other questions of Mike?
Yeah. Why is this such a great location for development?
Nash County is an area people want to be now. It's got a good location to Highway 64, which gives people good access to either Rocky Mount or Raleigh or the Zebulon area. And it's more affordable than a lot of things in Wake County now. Wake County, it's hard to find a house under $700,000 or $800,000. These will be, very nice houses. We haven't finalized our builder teams yet, so the house prices haven't been finalized, but I don't think they'll quite make it as high as some of the ones in Wake County. But they'll be a very good product for Nash County, something Nash County will be proud of.
What size houses are these going to be?
Maybe, do you have an idea of what size houses?
Yeah, if we could get something that started at $399, that would be a blessing, but I don't see that happen. It's probably going to be in the 400s.
400?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is amazing where the market has gone with building materials and supply of labor and materials. We struggle very, very hard in our most affordable communities to try to get something that starts with a 3. And if you can get to a 2, then you're doing something special. It's because it's rare, so.
There are no 2s left.
400,000, is that a 2,000 square foot house today?
Well, I'm gonna put my sales hat on and say it's the same as what a 2,000-pound car costs, right? So it's hard to give a number on it based on, because a ranch is about 1 1/3 more expensive than a 2-story, right? And so it's, when you say 2,000 square feet at 400,000, that's $200 a square foot. That could be a 2-story house or a smaller ranch house, so.
Mr. Belfield?
Yes. This development, what income level are you looking at attracting to this particular development?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question. That's for somebody that does mortgages.
You say you don't qualify?
Yeah, to answer what the income level for somebody that could afford a house.
I always think in a development, you developing for people, depending on the prices of the houses, what do you expect a house to cost in there at the rate they are now?
Yeah, that's what we were saying, is that we would like to have a house that starts with a 3, like a 399, but more than likely, it's going to be in the $400,000 price point range. And the natural progression in most neighborhoods is what you
That
start out.
will tell you who will be attracted to it.
Yes, sir.
$300,000 or $400,000.
Other questions, comments of the petitioner? Mr. Aaron?
Just a comment.
Yes, sir.
Most time people with that can afford a $400,000 house, do they bring crime to the area? Well, that's just a comment. You don't have to comment on it.
Other comments then?
I'd like to ask Matt a question. Do you know, is DOT going to require a turn lane here on Sanders Road?
We haven't applied yet. Have we had any conversations?
So you don't know?
We're in the process of having the construction plans drawn now, and once we make that submission to DOT for the driveway entrance permit, we'll get that feedback, and whatever the requirements that DOT has, we'll comply with those.
Any other thoughts? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else that wishes to speak for or against this item? Seeing no movement, I entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. There a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Tyson, any other comments you have, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Any questions of Mr. Tyson at this time?
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
What happens to that island where the dynamite's in that didn't go off?
I don't have any experience with that, sir. Afraid I can't advise you on that one, other than for the developer to be very careful.
Any other questions for Mr. Tyson? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. I'm ready to have a motion for or against this item, and if we'll see who is willing to make a motion, then we'll get it structured correctly. Entertain a motion for approval or denial of this item at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve the zoning, Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness
It's tough.
for the conditional rezoning request for CZ 240103 to rezone the specified property to RA30 CZ for the development of the 28-lot residential Saunders Grove subdivision based on the statement of plan consistency, the sketch plan revision. Am I on the wrong thing?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's my motion. And the statement of plan, yeah, statement of plan consistency.
And the 7 development conditions.
Yes.
All right, I have a motion in proper form. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
Aye.
Motion carries on a 6-1 vote. Thank you again for your citizens for being here and helping us through this process. And as I said before, I think this is something that Nash County is going to have numerous ones moving forward. And we are trying to improve our standards at all times. Representative, thank you for being here this morning.
I'd like to just say I understand how y'all feel. Rocky Crossing won't ever be the same again, but so the world goes, you know.
All right, we have another public hearing on item number 12. It is a subdivision waiver request, the property of Carl Keith Dickens, and I'll call on Mr. Tyson to present this one.
One correction, Mr. Chairman, this requires an action by the board, but it does not require a public hearing, other than I think we would want to hear from the applicant.
Correct. Yes, sir.
The subject property is highlighted in red. This is approximately a little over 1 acre residential, this is a larger property, a 16.7 acre tract of land that the owner is proposing the subdivision of a 1 acre tract here in this bottom left-hand corner. The property is owned by Carl Keith Dickinson. It's on the west side of Southern Nash High Road, just south of West NC Highway 97, which you can see up here. The property abuts an existing 50-foot wide private access easement to the west. And you see the driveway for that access easement off of 97. And it goes toward the south along this series of lots and runs immediately abutting up next to the western side of the subject property. That was established back in 2002 by the Bissett Pond Farm subdivision. There's also a stream feature that crosses this subject property in red here in the wooded area around the middle of the property in a north-south direction here, and that will become relevant shortly. This is a request for a waiver, meaning to waive one of the regular standards of our subdivision ordinance. This access easement that I was mentioning is shown on this proposed sketch plan. This is Mr. Dickinson's property here, and this is the 1 acre lot that he's looking to subdivide in the bottom left-hand corner. This is the access easement that stretches up to West NC 97. The ordinance states that an access easement like that shall serve 3 or less interior residential lots and no more than 4 lots total, including corner lots and remaining tracts. And so this current easement serves as many lots as it is permitted to by the ordinance. You have 1 corner lot here, which is on the corner of the easement in West NC 97. And then you have 1, 2, 3 lots interior that don't touch the main state road that are served by the easement. So there is no additional capacity under the standard ordinance requirements to subdivide an additional lot off of this easement unless it were to be improved to a public or private road standard in the future, which would allow the subdivision of additional lots. The owner of the property is requesting a waiver of that 4 lot limit in order to allow the subdivision of this 5th lot. The waiver has to fit into ordinance section 10-8, which allows the Board of Commissioners to approve waivers of the typical subdivision standards under one of 3 circumstances. A, when it would provide relief from an unusual and unnecessary hardship caused for the applicant by unique physical conditions of the property. B, when the waiver would result in equal or better performance in satisfying the underlying purpose of the standard that's being waived. Or C, when there's been an unintentional error that's been made by the applicant, his agent, or the reviewing staff. In this particular case, the property owner is proposing that the waiver of the 4 lot limit to allow the 5th lot would result in equal or better performance in satisfying the underlying purposes of the waived requirement, because permitting the subdivision of this lot would avoid having to have a driveway that crosses this riparian stream buffer that runs between the property and Southern Nash High Road. So if the lot were subdivided elsewhere along Southern Nash High Road with frontage, then the driveway would have to cross this riparian stream buffer. And the applicant is arguing that it would be equal or better to allow an additional lot on the easement rather than cause that potential environmental disruption by having to cross the stream and the riparian buffer. The Technical Review Committee considered this request for the waiver for the 5th lot back on January 4th. The Technical Review Committee actually recommended denial, wanting to keep the 4 lot limit intact. The TRC, obviously there's not been an unintentional error in this case. And really, the TRC found that the stream buffer is not an uncommon situation that property owners have to contend with. Typically, the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, Division of Water Resources, will allow a driveway to cross perpendicular to a stream feature like that, although they might require a specially sized tile or pipe to be installed underneath the crossing to mitigate the environmental impact. The Planning Board, on the other hand, considered this request on January 16th, and after hearing from the applicant, decided that they disagreed with the TRC's recommendation and actually voted unanimously to recommend approval of the waiver, finding that preventing the potential environmental impact to the stream and buffer would result in equal or better performance. This, as I mentioned at the beginning, does not require a public hearing. It simply requires an approval or denial vote by the Board of Commissioners. And Mr. Keith Dickinson, the property owner, is present with us this morning to address the board if you have any questions for him. And I'll take any questions you have on the staff report.
Any questions of Mr. Tyson at this time? So it's 3 lots plus the corner lot that is allowed, making a total of 4 lots?
Correct.
Okay.
And then this would be the 5th.
This would be the 5th, okay. All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Dickinson, did you want to talk to the board about this? You would state your name and address for the record, sir. Good morning.
As they said earlier, good afternoon.
Well, you're right.
Amen.
Sorry about that,
My name
sir.
is Keith Dickinson.
And I see you
I live on-
proudly laid that hat there on the podium, and thank you for your service as well, sir.
A long time ago.
Yep.
My name is
understand.
Keith Dickinson. I live on Southern Ash High Road, going to the school. Now, everybody knows where the Southern Ash High Road is.
Yes, sir.
And everybody knows where the high school is, right? Southern Ash High. So I live on that road all my life. That's really Dickinson land there from the school, from the 97 all the way past up to the school. I've lived there all my life. And I managed to do different things. And I gave 2 lots to my granddaughters, or grandson and a granddaughter. And the other granddaughter's over here. And I wanted to give her a lot. But because I would give out the lots, can't get any more nice lots that go on my road, on Southern Ash High. So there's a nice lot on the other side over there, which is basically from Southern Ash, it's about a half mile across there. And so to give you a little history right quick, this may understand. There used to be a road or path down the Dickinson side coming off of 97, run all the way down. It's parallel, all the way parallel to the easement road that's there now. People used, and there was 2 houses down there then. And so when I was a little bitty fella. And so then over time, that's the way people went in and out. Traffic, tractors, mules, wagons, that's what, and to the 2 houses, the 2 tenant houses back there that was owned by, at that time, a Stansel farmer. And so, and this leads me up to, and we went, that's where we went to those 2 houses. So over time, it got sold, the Stansel farm got sold to Ed Visit. And then down the road, sometime down there, he decided he wanted to resell. So that's how he came up with the system that we have now. He put in, the county required an easement, and he sold 40 acres down there to a doctor at the end of the easement. This easement is a little more than a half mile long. And so, which brings me to my problem, which is all our problems, I guess. But I have the land, I own the land on the left side down through there. And I want to put an acre land, I want to put an acre lot. And it does not touch the easement. It's beyond the easement because my land runs all the way through the swamp down there. And so and all I need is a 50 by 100 foot, if that, or what Adam requires, so I can get on that easement. And over time, they did away with that. The first path, we would call it path or road, has been done away with. And we always now use the easement for tractors or whatever, vehicles. And there's only one house down there in that. And since the land was resold again, my first cousin owns that side. And I got a feeling there will never be another house put down there. But anyway, so all I'm asking for is I need an easement, which will be about no more than probably 50, 75 foot drive coming off that acre. and just tie back in, so I'll have an egress. We'll have an egress to get in and out. And there's no way, and I said this at the planning board, and I know you gentlemen probably understand this. Adam had said, well, we get a road and build back over on 97. On Southern Nash High Road, build one through the woods, up over there. I don't know where there's enough, I don't know where there's enough money in China to build a road through there, okay? And so that's just out of the question. That's all I've asked for. It's very simple. I just need an easement, or just to get onto the easement. That's all I'm asking for. The lot itself does not touch it. It sets back. Excellent location.
Okay. Any questions from the Board of Commissioners? I think you've explained it very well.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other discussion from the board or questions of Mr. Tyson?
Mr. Chairman, I've been to this location, and it makes perfect sense what Mr. Dickinson's asking for.
All right. Any other comments? Planning board approve it unanimously, or I'd entertain a motion at this time.
I make a motion that we approve the request to waive the 4-lot limit for access easement to permit the subdivision of the proposed additional lot from the property of Carl Keith Dickinson.
All right, I have a motion to approve. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I have 2 seconds from Commissioner Leggett, Commissioner Wilkins at the same time. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, sir, and good luck to your granddaughter there.
And Mr. Dickinson, you can contact your land surveyor and have him proceed with actually surveying out the lot at this point. Okay.
Exactly right, sir. But you made two. Right. Well, you made 2 young people happy this morning. That's good. Commissioners, I got 9 items left. I really think they'll be pretty fast. The lunch is in the back. I'm told by the clerk. If anyone opposed to me finishing up the 9 items?
Go for it.
Go for it. Okay, thank you. Item number 13 is the monthly tax report. I'll call on Doris Sumner at this time to make this report, and then we'll accept it for the minutes.
All right, thank you. At this time, I would like to present the report for December 2023. This report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. However, it is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes. And if there are any questions regarding the report, I'd be glad to answer those.
You satisfied with where we are?
Yes, I am.
Okay. It was busy down there. That's the only thing I know.
Yes, sir, and we've already sent out our second notices for the 2023 as well, so that'll be leading up into another item that I have.
Okay, all right. Any questions of Ms. Sumner on this item? If not, we'll accept it for the record. Thank you, ma'am. You can move on to item number 14, which is tax refunds.
Yes, we
Seems
do.
like we might have had something at our table about this, maybe.
It's my item 15, that's item 15, this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead with 14 then.
Yes. We do have tax refunds that we need approval for so that we may disperse those funds. There were 2 of them for 2 solid waste fees.
Questions on these items? Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Item number 15.
And item 15, I did place at your stations the report of the unpaids. General Statute 105-369 requires that the tax collector in February of each year report to the governing body the total amount of unpaid taxes for the current fiscal year that are liens on real property. In accordance with that statute, the total amount of unpaid taxes for 2023 as of January 31st, 2024 is $2,331,557.41. This figure does not include any interest, and a list of these unpaid taxes is on file in the tax collector's office. General Statute 105-369 also requires that the governing body order the tax collector to advertise these tax liens. Advertisement must be made at least one time between March 1st and June 30th. So the action that I need today is if you would approve the report and order the tax collector to advertise the liens.
Questions on this item?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Wilkins?
just one quick clarification. Ms. Sumner, you said, for the record, you said GS 105, and I have GS 106.
Okay,
I just want to make sure in case anyone tries to go pull it.
it should be 105.
Okay, mine says 106.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Where are you at, Commissioner Wilkins?
Page 1.
Item number 15.
In the second
The second paragraph.
Yeah. Yeah, matter of fact, both of them say 105. Well, the first one says 105, the second one says 106-369.
Well, we get that corrected.
Item number 15.
Is both of them supposed to read 106?
105. 105.
Mine don't.
So 105 is the correct number, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so this paper, yeah, but you,
Oh, you're talking about on the tablet? I got you, okay, all right. So I would, let's see what I'm doing here, call for a motion to approve the tax report on unpaid taxes.
Move approval.
And order the tax collector to advertise the unpaid taxes that she stated in here. Move for approval?
Yep.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ayrton. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other thing from me?
Anything else for tax assessor? Don't think so.
Okay, thank
Thank you.
you.
All right, item number 16 is a Southern Nash Regional Wastewater System Improvement Capital Project. And I'll call on who Ms. Wood sent in her absence this morning, apparently. Good morning.
Good morning or afternoon.
Good afternoon. I can't get off the mornings, I'm sorry. I want it to be morning.
I have a couple of project ordinances, capital projects. The first is an ordinance submitted for approval for the Southern Nash County Regional Wastewater System Improvement Capital Project. The project ordinance includes pre-construction grant funding of $400,000 from American Rescue Plan, funding from the State Fiscal Recovery Fund. The expenditures are currently based on project projections. Do you want to approve that one before I go to the next one, or?
Yeah, I need to prove them individual. If there's going to be any questions on it, I'm sure Mr. Boone could help us with it if we need to. Could you give us a brief explanation, Mr. Boone?
In this case, the state's just changed the process to require the county to adopt the project ordinance before they release the grant funding.
Okay.
So you may recall the board approved.
Yeah, well, that's what I was
Received the
thinking.
grant.
Okay.
And then they advised us, well, we also need an approved project ordinance. So we're just trying to
That's what
check that
confused-
box.
All right, that's what confused me a little bit. Entertain a motion for approval of the project ordinance.
Motion to approve.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Item 16 is approved. Item 17 then.
The second one is a project ordinance submitted for approval for the Northern Nash Water System Improvements Phase 2 capital project. The project ordinance includes grant funding of $12,775,170 from the American Rescue Plan, funding from the State Fiscal Recovery Fund. The expenditures are currently based on project projections.
All right, I'm going to ask you to give a brief explanation of Mr. Combs, he had asked me a question about that. I hope I answered him correctly, but go ahead and explain to us.
I was going to say, this similar scenario, board approved, receipt of the grant, we submitted our paperwork, and now they're requiring a project ordinance to be approved before they release the funds. Is there an additional question?
He was just questioning whether it was this latest round of funding that we got, but it is not. It wasn't through the funding that we got through the General Assembly.
That is not, no, this is a
Senator
grant.
Barnes, it's a different crowd.
Waiting on for about a year, finally received in December.
I think he's really afraid I was getting some of his money is what I think was going on. But
Not this time.
not this time. Any other questions? If not, I entertain a motion to approve this project ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Ashton, you made a motion? Okay.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Ashton, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Item number 17 is approved. Item number 18 is budget amendments, if you want to continue.
Okay, I have 6 budget amendments. The first is presented to reduce the budgeted fund balance appropriation to transfer funds to the Northern Nash Fieldhouse project. A budget amendment was approved in October of 2023 for $2,225,000 to transfer funds to the Fieldhouse project in addition to the original budget transfer of $2,007,205. This amendment is to remove the original budget transfer. Okay, the next one. Sorry, I forgot I didn't have to read.
No, let me ask a question on that one. The way you said it's a little bit confusing to me. So because I know how much money we're putting in it, and that adds up to more, so we're removing one and substituting another number. Is that what we're doing?
Correct. We approved the $2,225,000 in October of '23.
Right.
And, but the original budget transfer is this that we are actually transferring back out.
Okay.
It's a correction.
Okay.
So to speak.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
The next one is to correct the budgeted appropriation of fund balance to pay off the Middlesex Shell Building Number 2 project. Payoff of the debt was from the sale proceeds, and no county funds are requested for this. The third one is an amendment to budget the sale transaction of the Middlesex Shell Building, the payoff of the debt service associated with the Shell Building, and to transfer the net proceeds to the Economic Development Fund. No county funds are requested for that transfer. The next one is for Department of Social Services. It's to decrease the budget for LEAP funding due to a state payment processing change. The state is now directly paying vendors who enrolled in direct deposit reimbursement. No county funds are requested for that. The next one is for emergency services. Funds received from the Duke University Race Cars Cardiac Arrest Trial to be used for staff development and public relations. No additional county funds are requested for that. And the last one is from the Emergency Telephone Fund. It's to appropriate emergency telephone fund balance to budget additional training costs to cover the certification of new employees, and no county funds are needed for that.
All right, any questions on either of these 6 budget amendments?
Just a clarification. When you say no county funds, are some of these no additional county funds and some are no county funds? I mean, look, for example, the first one. Are we really saying no additional county funds?
The first one is to actually a correction. It'll put money back into our
I'm
fund balance.
just saying, some of these are grants, et cetera, but some of this
Correct.
requires money from the county. Is this no additional money or what?
No additional money for any of these.
Maybe in the future, that would be a good clarification to
Okay.
put in there when there's no additional versus no county.
All right.
Thanks.
Other questions? Entertain a motion for approval of the 6 items.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. First, I think, questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? 6 budget amendments stand approved. That's all you had, I think, is it?
It is, thank you.
See, it wasn't that bad, was it?
It wasn't too painful.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, item number 19 is board appointments, and I'll call on Ms. Fuller at this time to make these appointments.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for getting me right.
That's right. So we have a few board appointments here for your consideration. First is the Braswell Memorial Library Board of Trustees. Please consider the reappointment of Ms. Anne Marie Finch Brown to the Braswell Memorial Library Board of Trustees. On December 31st, 2023, Ms. Finch Brown completed an unexpired term for Mr. Ricky Pitt. Ms. Finch Brown is eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment.
All right, any questions on that one? I'd like to vote on these individually. Any questions?
I will make a motion, we reappoint Ms. Anne Marie Finch Brown.
All right, have a
To the
motion.
library board.
Have a motion for approval. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Appointment stands approved. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Next, we have the Voluntary Agriculture District Board. Unfortunately, member and chair, Mr. David Griffin, has passed away. Therefore, Mike Strickland has been recommended for his replacement. Mr. Strickland is willing, eligible, and recommended for appointment.
Questions on that item? Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Have a motion and a second at the same time. Motion by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? Did I get that right?
Yes, sir, I didn't.
No, I-
Oh, you said it, I'm sorry. Okay. Second by Commissioner Ayrton. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Appointment stands approved.
Thank you. Next, the Farmers Market Advisory Board. Member Joyce Kite is no longer serving on this board, and Jan Warren is being recommended as her replacement. Ms. Warren is willing, eligible, and recommended for appointment. Other members: Karen White, Evan Covington Chavez, Sue Leggett, Kenneth Baker, Sue Moore, Ricky Parks, Tim Bass, Donald Williams, Fred Belfield Jr., Freddie Howell, and Joshua Praven are all up for reappointment. They are all willing, eligible, and recommended for reappointment.
Questions on this recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question or comment. It's Joshua Parvin. Is this the correct spelling of his name?
It's Joshua Parvin. I apologize. Thank you. I'll
No
correct
problem.
that.
Yes, ma'am.
R and A transposed, I guess.
I didn't get what she said.
She was just correcting spelling on one of the gentlemen's name. The last one.
I had it here as Praven and it's
Oh,
Parvin.
paving, okay.
Saw him last night at dinner.
Thank you.
That cutest little boy. Questions on this item? Entertain a motion for approval of the new member plus the reappointments.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Ayrton, second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
Thank you. Finally, we
Last one.
have the ABC Board. Due to resignations, there are 2 vacancies on the ABC Board of Directors. Priscilla Whitaker and Butch Freeman are being presented for your consideration. They are both eligible, willing, and recommended for appointment.
All right. Madam Manager, do you mind just briefly saying, inform the board about our meeting last week with the new person at ABC and why these 2 people resigned?
Well, I know we had one move out of the area.
2.
Both of them moved out of the area?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So no longer being residents of Nash County doesn't make them eligible to serve on the board anymore. So we had these 2 vacancies, and you all have the applications in your packet for the 2 that are being recommended.
Okay. All right, questions on these? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on that appointment or motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
That brings us down to item number 20, which is commissioner comments. I'll open up to any commissioner that has any comments at this time.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Leggett.
I've got two different comments I'd like to make or just discuss.
Just be kind, ma'am.
Sir?
Just be kind. Go ahead.
I'll do my best. Okay. All right, so the first one, our zoning rules allow for rezoning when landowners want to rezone their land. So this ties back to landowners' rights. The fact that when you own land, that within reason, you can do what you want to do with your land. One of the issues that arises when landowners choose to sell. It seems that so many times nowadays, when land is sold, it is being sold for development, because that creates the most income for the landowner, often who doesn't live locally. North Carolina is number 2 in our nation for the loss of farmland and is on track to lose 17 to 20% of our $8 million acres of farmland by the year 2040. On this board, we tend to see the biggest opposition to rezonings when land use is being changed from agricultural to residential. Our county already has a voluntary agriculture district program which helps to identify agricultural use tracts of land that are over 10 acres. This program, however, does not offer any financial incentive or assistance to allow selling landowners to make sure that the land stays in agricultural production. The idea of establishing a more formal farmland preservation program was discussed at our board's recent strategic and budget planning session. I would like to request that staff begin to research farmland preservation programs that will help to give landowners more options and can help Nash County balance growth with the agricultural production needs of our country. And so the next thing I'd like to speak to briefly is just about EMS and sheriff's funding. So today we heard directly from a former Nash County EMS employee, and we approved almost 100 new home sites. I want to reiterate how important it is to provide sheriff's protection and EMS protection to our citizens is. This is accomplished by looking after our people. We must keep up with the pay and benefits needed to properly staff these departments. Yes, the reevaluation will provide funds for this for our next budget, but I do want to call to attention that a neighboring municipality, the town of Nashville, is using extra budgetary funds, known as lap salaries, to achieve immediate pay increases for their police officers. We must pay our sheriff's office and EMS departments so that we can protect our citizens and keep our county safe, especially the rural citizens who don't have protection of town or city police or have a hospital just a few miles up the road. This matter is about doing the right thing and about paying our frontline employees who help in our time of need. It's about the life and safety of my neighbors, and I'm here to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leggett. All other commissioners have comments at this time? Commissioner Outlaw?
Yes, sir, thank you. I've got a statement I've prepared I'd like to read. This is to recognize a member of the Westmount community, a former Westmount fireman and a current member of the Westmount Ruatan Club. I'd like to ask that this be made a part of the permanent minutes from this meeting, and I will give you a copy of it. Congratulations to Westmount Ruatan Club member David Winstead. David recently retired from the Westmount Fire Department after 63-plus years of service. During his tenure with the department, and in addition to his early service as a new firefighter, David served as secretary 21 years, treasurer 7 years, president 15 years, assistant chief 8 years, and chief 8 years. During his over 6 decades with the department, He served on the Board of Directors and on the Fireman's Relief Fund Board, including chairman of this board. Also, he served as Secretary, Vice President, and President of the Nash County Fire Association. Additionally, David proudly served as a member of the Honor Guard with the Fire Association. He compiled the 50 and 60-year history of the fire department and is working on the next edition, as well as compiling the 50 years history of the Fire Association. David continues to be a very active individual, currently serving as a director on the Westmount Realty Club Board of Directors, chairman of the club's Environment Committee, and maintenance of the club's grounds. The club is appreciative of all that David has done and will certainly continue to do to make a positive difference in the community at large. If you see David, let him know how much he is appreciated. May God continue to bless him and his wonderful wife, Gladys. They're both loved. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Outlaw. Known David a very long time.
Good man. You serve on the planning board, Nash County.
So it is. Other commissioners with comments at this time from Mr. Arrington?
Yeah, I note that, we just approved the Southern Nash Regional Wastewater System Improvement Capital Project, and I serve on the American Rescue Plan Committee with our chairman. And just a reminder that some $18 million came back into the counties of Nash County, part of President Joe Biden's rescue plan for government to rebuild our system, our infrastructure. So we have been very careful about trying to do that with those funds. So with his initiative, it didn't go right back to the taxpayers, but it went back to individual bodies of local government to do the projects that will help keep taxes low in our county. These are projects that we've been able to do that would have cost county tax dollars. So just a reminder that this is a part of the federal government initiative.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. Anyone else have something, Mr. Belfield?
Oh, I just want to, and it's not the first time I've said it, I just want to say it again. I just think Nash County ought to explore affordable housing, because rent is completely out of hand. Rent is just the highest paying monthly payments for a house, and a lot of people are being put out because they can't afford the rent. They're either sleeping in their cars or they're just sleeping anywhere they could find. And I just think we ought to, and municipalities are doing some, but they're not doing enough either. And I just think that Nash County ought to look at affordable housing. You heard what the gentleman said. Houses in that development going to run $300,000, $400,000, and a lot of people are not going to be able to afford buying those houses. And I tell you, rent is just outrageous now. It jumped from $400 a month up to $1,000, in some places $1,500. People can't pay it, afford it, because the income will not afford it, and so they're out in the street. And some of them have children.
Thank you, Mr. Belfield. Any other comments from commissioners? I will quickly give the housing report. Only thing I had this morning during the month of January. We did have 59 new home permits pulled, which includes modular homes. They were pulled by 20 different builders, but we had one builder that pulled 24 permits. So a large part of that 59 was by one of our tract builders, Adams Homes. And in the commercial side, we had $3.8 million worth of commercial construction permitted in the county as well. No other comments from commissioners. I'll turn it over to the manager for her report at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Just a reminder to those who are attending the Rocky Mount Area Chamber of Commerce annual meeting tomorrow evening at the Rocky Mount Event Center. I think doors open at 5 o'clock, and the program begins at 5:30. And just want to make sure the board is aware that in addition to you all meeting on the 24th for your work session, we had a management team retreat on Friday, the 26th. And Commissioner Arrington, thank you for allowing us to use the Drake Community Center for that event. That's a perfect space, as this board has also experienced. So we got a lot of good feedback from our department heads and our management team at that meeting, and we'll be able to share those comments with you all and some of the suggestions moving forward to help with retention and recruitment and pay, all of those items that are of concern at this moment. And we were reached out to let us know that the Rocky Mount Area Rocky Mount Area Chapter of the Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated is having their 75th anniversary. And we've put together just a letter from the board to wish them congratulations for that, and I'll read that to you, and then hopefully we can get all of your signatures on this to send to them. But it says the Nash County Board of County Commissioners is pleased to recognize and congratulate the Rocky Mount chapter of the Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity on its 75th anniversary. This board commends the work that you do with young junior and senior high school men to mentor them and provide scholarships to college. Your motto, achievement in every field of human endeavor, speaks to the ambition that this chapter has had since its beginning, February 18, 1949. On this 75th anniversary, you celebrate a lifetime of work that has aided and helped to advance the lives of so many young men. You also celebrate the accomplishments of 4 other chapters that grew out of the Rocky Mount chapter. Those chapters include Ahoskie, Elizabeth City, Kinston, and Goldsboro. Congratulations, and continue your good work from the Nash County Board of Commissioners. So, as I said, we prepared this for you all, and we'd like to send that to the Rocky Mount chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. And that's all I have.
Okay. Any questions of the manager on her report? Seeing none, that completes all the items on the agenda. We have a closed session called for. Reason for the closed session would be for attorney-client privilege, personnel matter, and economic development. And at this time, I'd entertain a motion to go into that closed session. Do we expect any action to be taken after closed session?
I do not.
Attorney or Madam Manager? If we do, of course, we will come back out. Of course, we'll come out here and adjourn the meeting anyway.
There is one matter that we may have to vote on.
Okay. All right, it will be done in open session then, just benefit for the press. All right, I entertain a motion to go into closed session at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by like sign? Stand in closed session after about a 10-minute recess. Thank you all.